jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi gbé sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ kó lọ ìgbé sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o, mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o, àgbà ẹ foríjì ni, ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé, ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yọ̀ọ́lá ni, ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o, màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí orí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wọ́rí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lápò Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí. Mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí. Má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró akéèké ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè mo máa sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o Olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o. Mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé. Àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá wọn ọ̀tá nílé bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ́jọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rera jọ.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. Oh, one night, don't it's once again. Everybody can play up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in Lobeti, we the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, Namigeta, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. We the Mugu, I be the master.
This is guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This is where you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He said he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say when I bad. Who be this your fight baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. You dey get them now, but this your girl she fine. Be like say you pack it down, but everybody done they feel them. They know say you bad. Everybody done they see them. Know say yes you know. Collect the fight, my guy. You self God you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they leave me hanging. It's not like they know me know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe come. What's up?
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
onye ọzọ dịka ọgwụgwụ.
Okay now.
Tukwese bifi ma ikpe. Asịkwana nwata na onwere ife ọ ga-emenwu.
Okay.
Ọgbanyelu gị fim. Nwanne ikiri anya. Mama m si na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọ na-agba nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
And there it is. You know, it's quite a curious thing. When I was growing up in my younger days, I never used to like that genre of music, the Fuji music. I used to think it was for street urchins and hooligans. That I never paid any attention to it. But now I'm discovering it. Should I say rediscovering it? Because I was aware when it first came out, the first flushes of it are Sikiranyi de Barista, Obesere, and all of that. Maybe I should go and look for an Obesere. Do you think it's too risky? Let me know in the comment section if you go and look for a copyright-free Obesere song and add it to our repertoire. But I never used to pay attention to Fuji music, but now I'm paying attention to it. I never even knew that it was that rich in depth. I just thought it was I thought it was a genre for hooligans and street urchins, Agbero music. That's what I thought. But then, of course, a lot of things I'm rediscovering. You know, I never used to like, I'm not even sure I ate too much of it, but I never used to like pomo when I was younger. I never really had any real full encounter. I'm not sure that I did have an encounter with pomo all the way through maybe when I was at uni and I started to go eat in bukas, maybe I had an encounter with pomo then, but I never used to have encounters with, but now it's one of my favorite meat, you know. So I'm not quite sure. And a bar, I never used to like a bar, but now it's my go-to meal. So I'm not quite sure it's the evolution as you get older, then you acquire more the taste. And I think it's living in the diaspora as well. You anchor after the things that the nostalgia of back home. So all of those things. And my favorite food now is now amala. You know, I'm not sure I ever really liked it, but now it's my go-to meal because it doesn't really sit in the body the way every other heavy carbohydrate things that we eat sits in the body. But there it is right there. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. I don't even know why I started. You know, I don't have, as you can already tell from the skittish way that I do these things, I'm completely unscripted. As the thoughts come, I utter them in the hope that it makes any sense. So it's an unfiltered sort of an environment, and hopefully, it's always fingers crossed. The first phase, I try to get into a groove, And then when the conversation starts to flow, and then I bounce off, you know, off whoever it is that I'm conversing with, and that's really much the format, you know. And I don't even read most of the. I don't think I really ever read any of the pieces that I bring you, but I do that deliberately so that I can react and respond to them in real time, because I think that gives more authenticity than you know, like a pre. I hate things that are pre-rehearsed. You know, it always seems so contrived and fake. It feels like cheating. You know, so I don't like that. But all that. So if there is ever a good way to start a session, it is the way that Ja Onzola, who graced us with this company, he spent a lot. I think Ja Onzola actually spent more time yesterday than he's ever done on the platform yesterday. I left him there and he was still battling it out with the Sierra Leonean, Mike, and the rest of them. You know, in a battle, it was a fight to death amongst them yesterday. So I just ducked out quickly. Poor Adama, you know, she must feel traumatized from the experience. So all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Always a pleasure, never a chore. It's always with delight that I come to meet you here, and when you are there, it gladdens even more. So always a delight. Thank you for being here. So good day to you and all that. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just at the invitation of my voice to do so, click on the like button. Not already subscribed, then please correct that. We need numbers going up. We did have the wild, you know, the wild thoughts that maybe we'll be hitting 100,000 subscribers. You know, it shouldn't actually take more than 6 months to hit 100,000 subscribers. And we were on that trajectory once upon a time. In fact, we were going to hit it in record time. But then the politics came in and we took a hard stance and then everything went awry. So we'll rebalance that and we see what happens. You know, I wouldn't object to that silver button. I want a golden one, but let's get the silver one first. And it's all wrapped around the likes, the subscriptions, the engagement with the platforms. Those are the propulsions that propel, as you all know, anyway, you're all on social media in some form. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant. If you want to fence, that is the sport of fencing, joust and parry. If you want to fence in the duet, not the duo, but the duet, that is the one man went to mill march, then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me on the screen. All that. So super chat if you're inclined, as Ja Insola was inclined. So all that, it always gladdens anytime you see the multicolors of a chart, which it tells you there that somebody is tipping towards the stream. So all that, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links. If you, I think I'm going to be adding this now to share the links and let me know in the comment section if you have. Anybody that shared the links, let us know in the, maybe we'll be doing some celebratory, you know, what's that sound that is in celebration, that or something. If you tell us that you've shared the links, we need the links being shared. You know, it's an act. We said we aspire to 100,000 subscribers, and it's always really with the participation of the followership, or not the followership, but the subscribers. I hate those. You know, there are certain words that I hate within this space. It's because it seems so conceited. And like anybody that ever calls me an influencer or anything like that, you get shot. And I'll shoot you and I'll report myself to the police. Who are you influencing? I'm just some silly guy in Kent making noise. You know, so, but yeah, we want that silver button, really, we do. Of course we do. So, and it's an active participation on your part that takes us to that silver button. And that active participation is really not much of a stretch other than to share the links primarily. Very, very important. Equally important are the likes and the subscribes. So the subscription, of course, we just want to expand the space as much as we can because we want to have a real feast going into the 2027 election. We want to hit with like we hit with impact in the 2023 elections. We want to hit with impact, maybe with even more impact in 2027. So all of that wraps around the language of our subscriber numbers, engagement, and all of those funky things. And all of that is not just my lift, it's our lift. We have to lift it together. So all that. So I think that's the longest I've done that space. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. Share the links just as widely as you can for all of the reasons I just explained. Super chat towards the stream if you feel inclined and all that. So all that. So we are doing a little bit of CHINEDU, Rhodes Vivour. It's always good to, because there was nothing really in the news cycle. And I know that's always a good driver for traffic, essentially. So a little bit of a little bit, anyway, let me not say that. I don't detest anyone within the Nigerian paradigm, by the way, but the way the system works sometimes it's somewhat of a baiting sort of a system. When you put a worm on that hook and then you cast it into the sea. So that's really, it's a baiting sort of that's just the way social media works. You have to bait people sometimes. So it's somewhat, anybody don't take it too personally. A good 80-90% of the things that I say, I don't especially hold them firm. I hold them maybe momentarily as a thought, or I can hold them just for the art of trolling. But I don't really hold anything really firmly as a thought. It's just a fair. It's just banter. And chef Nico ko leto yen, ko le ato. Elo ni suru. Elo kulu temper. Kulu temper. So everybody cool temper. Everybody relax. There's nothing. Well, I was going to say there's nothing going on here, but it's a lot going on there. Let us get started, shall we? So, like I said, there's a bit of a dearth. In not a death, or you can say cool, but there's not much of an abundance. That's what I'm sure that's what I meant. If you could get past my accent, my heavy set or your laughing accent. There's not that much in the news cycle, but eat what you grow was what Buhari told us. So this is what we are growing, and this is what we'll be eating today. So we kick it off with this space. So it looks as though, so everything is coming together actually for this chap, because there's plenty of clips, by the way. So a lot of clips to come your way, about 10, 15, 16. We're just going to rattle through clips. So we whiz through the readouts, and then we get to the clips, and then we see what happens after that. But as I was saying, it looks as though everything is coming together for your from Luther from Bodilon, otherwise your president. It looks as though all of his plans now. And if you think that this guy has not actually officially marked 2 years in government, when was he sworn in? If anybody can remember when he was sworn in, I'll type it in the comment section. But this guy, by my calculations, has not actually officially even threshold the 2 years in government. But look at all of the things that has happened. You would think that it's been there for 50 years. Yes, okay, so May the 29th was sworn in. So it's not actually even yet hit at 2 years in government. But look at everything that's happened. The students' loan, the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, Badagry, Sokoto, all of this infrastructural development. They talk about human capital development. What is more human capital development than the NEL Fund? Can you imagine how many people this guy would change their lives just by that act of policy? We've already had about 500,000 to 600,000 people already engaging with that student loan thing, and it's going to churn and churn and churn. By the time 2027 comes, about 2 million thereabout would have availed themselves of that system. Imagine 2 million lives. They talk about, it's human capital development. It took it from 0 to number 1 in WAEC. It's not. We are not talking about miracle centers. We're talking about proper heart graft and a functioning brain. Can you imagine how many people this guy would? It's not his personal money; it's just acting on behalf of the state. But as a consequence of his capacity to identify and then expend resources in the most impactful way. What way is more impactful? What is a better judicious use of public funds than that NEL fund, than the educational grant financing something that they've rolled out? What is a better, more judicious, more important use of public funds than that? It's just epic. What is a better, more judicious fund or use of public funds than the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway that opens up the entirety of 10 states? It opens the economic activities of that space, and it completely transforms the life of everybody in that stretch of road. What is a more judicious use of public? All within 2 years. So what has he done? What has he done? If you want a list, you'll be bored. You'll be intimidated as well. Actually, I was even not going to go to the clips immediately, but let me go to this clip. It was actually this clip that made me pause for a moment. You know, I've always insisted that this guy is on the right traction anyway, but it was actually this clip that made me pause for a moment and reflect even further on where we were coming from, the journey so far, and where we are now. Watch this.
Hi guys, so this person is saying, as it stands today, Peter Obi remains the best, more than the incompetent person in Asarok. Okay, thank you for that comment. But it's important for us to note this. When you say incompetent, then what do you mean by incompetent? I will tell you as an ex-obedient, and this thing I'm about to share with you, it's not that we don't know these things before we, decided to emotionally follow former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, in the last election. We knew it was a failure, total failure in Anambra State, but we all decided to follow him because, we were also captured in his narrative of, asking Christians, because I'm also a Christian, asking Christians to save, to save their nation, to take the opportunity to take back their country, and, giving all those rhetorics. We're also, moved by, what he preaches to be unfair to Christians, the Muslim ticket by the APC there. So we're moved emotionally, which was one of my greatest mistakes ever. But this fact I'm about to share with you is a fact that, I've known over the years, but yeah, I'm just revealing to you. Number one, Peter Obi, one of the arguments that his followers would, yeah, I'm still here. So one of the arguments that most of his followers will, postulate is that he was recognized as the best performing governor when it comes to immunization by Bill Gates. However, they forget to tell us that doctors were on 13-month strike when he was governor in Anambra State. And up until now, when we are having the current, South Korean doctors going on strike, the strike in Anambra State by doctors is the longest strike ever in the world. In the whole wide world, by doctors. The longest strike actions ever in the world by doctors. Or does that not negate, the so-called achievement on immunization, when people were supposed to take care of our children, our young women, as well as, our older people, and strike for 13 months, 396 days? That's a part. It's also important for us to recall that for 7 years he was unable to conduct state local government elections for 7 years. Does that not speak to autocracy when you are trying to be a hard-nosed personality? We don't want such personality being in helm of affairs leading this country. We all know that, but we don't want to say it then. Also, it's important to also it's important for us to remember and recall that whilst he was governor, we have other very, very performing governors at that time. We had a Fashola of Lagos State, amongst others. So he was not going to be rated first to third amongst best governors who were doing just great at that period in time. So yes, some of us were just moved by emotion. The fact that this man cries a lot. The only thing I was unable to see then was that I never realized that he cried while he was impeached as governor. So over the years he has been crying. So I shouldn't have been moved by his tears and things that he claimed he would do that he has never done. So when it comes to track record, look at the present administration. At least students, I'm not going on strike in 2 years. Nothing like strike action by doctors, rather. Nothing like strike action by students. Nothing like strike action by lecturers. So these are a good indication of competence, you understand, in our society. It's also important for us to understand that student loan is thriving. We are having over 200,000 students that have benefited from student loan. If that continues for the next 8 years, we have, let's see, at least 1 out of every 2 family you see are out there would have been beneficiary of this student loan. That brings education even to the less privileged. So these, among others, are the reasons why I have a great day. These, amongst others, are reasons why I consider that when we speak of competence and incompetence, we speak competence to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. However, incompetence is just the word needed to qualify the man whom you consider to be the best option for this nation. That is Peter Obi. Very, very incompetent. But thank you again for that comment. It's just important for us to try to remind ourselves of all of these things that happen, which most of us are oblivious of, or maybe we just decide to not speak about it. Thank you very much for that again.
So there it is right there. The wool is finally being pulled from the eyes of these people, and they are seeing the wood from the tree. So they're seeing the wood from the tree. If you follow this platform for more than a moment, it's always been said that the only thing that guarantees Tinubu a second term will be the achievement of his administration. And those achievements now, the way they are, in Yoruba, we say, that's what we say in Yoruba land. It is something you see visually, and you see it visually with your own eyes, and then it becomes irrefutable. So the Lagos Calabar Super Highway, an abundance of social media entities out there, that's the hub of their social media space. They monitor that road every day. They fly drones around it. They report, and they continue to report on the progress, and they all seem to be impressed. So you cannot deny it anymore. And you can't call it a white elephant project. Something that Solly said here, something that opens up the economy of 10 states. You say, oh, what has it done for the people? That is for the people. It's not going to be only millionaires allowed on the road. It's essentially to open up the economy of that space and make those people wealthier than they previously were. So it's irrefutable. It's a matter of visuals. It's something you can see and touch, and it's being reported every day. That and an abundance of roads being built all over the country by Dave Umahi is always on television reporting progress with video evidence. So it's irrefutable. And they say, oh, he removed all subsidy. He removed subsidy on the Naira. What has he done with the money? Well, there it is right there. The students' loan funds, that's what is done with the money. The Lagos Calabar Super Highway, that is what is done with the money. The Badagry Sokoto Super Highway, that is what is done with the money. And all of the roads that you are seeing, They are expanding and embellishing the second Niger bridge. That's what it's doing with the money. The 3 times as much that each state governor used to get previously, and more than they used to get previously. That is what he's doing with the money, and a plethora of all sorts. All of them you can see, So that's where the money is, and you can see and feel it. The prices are dropping. You can see it on the screen. The first headline. Remember when they used to come here and talk about the price of a bag of rice? Nobody is coming here to talk about the price of a bag of rice anymore. Remember when they used to come here and talk about the skittishness of the value of the naira? Nobody is talking about the skittishness of the value of the naira anymore. It is coming together. And what has it taken? Less than 2 years. This guy has reformatted and repointed a whole country, the 25th largest economy on the planet, repointed it in less than 2 years. So there it is, right? It'll be a struggle. And Peter will be still hopping around all the studio. It is about in China, and about yeah, and what did he do with the money? This is your country. This is your president. Is it not you vote for him? And they're killing. Everything is really. Yeah, forget all that, man. You were done and dusted February 2023. Don't worry about all that. You're just lucky you're not in jail for all of the monies you looted from Anambra State. But actually, since I've already opened that up, because that guy, he previously was an obedient. He now crosses carpet, not because he's discovered anything other than he's seen how the policies are working. That guy was a medical, he's still probably almost certainly is a medical doctor, and he's telling you then that he's especially impressed by the Students' Loan Fund scheme. So he could not look at that and still continue to say that the government is a failure, nothing is working, when he can see visually that it is working. So he has to be honest to himself, and he cannot continue to subsist in the lies. And then he looks back on Peter Obi's record again, and he sees that this guy is nonsense. He's a nonsense guy. And he said, "Get out of here, man! Get out of here!" So a lot of those obedient spaces are saying that exact phrase, "Get out of here, man." So here is another "get out of here." I've got about 3 of them. So let me play you the "get out of here" obedience, and then we get into the readout.
Nigerians, instead the world will come outside, they protest, say, "We dey behind you, Mr. President. We dey behind you, Mr. President. Local government autonomy must work." We dey, they say, "Hunger, Indomie 2 naira." Instead the world go dey behind the president. We go come outside, come protest, say tax reform must stand, must start working. All the governors must unite and do something meaningful for their state to make money, for Nigeria to have money. May start reform work, may all the policy of Mr. President work. We are there fighting Mr. President, fighting Mr. President. Una forget, say, those people we no want make tax reform work. Now then they sponsor people on media to create content, say president no good. People we no want make local government autonomy work. And then they on media, they push you, make you fight president where they fight for you. People we no want make anything work for this country. People we don't loot this country. They are still using your head. You are going against somebody that is fighting for you. Sorry for you. Sorry for your future. You want to they don't chop people who don't chop your future. Who you they suffer today. They won't make you chop your children's future. And they won't even come back to government, can't chop your own children, chop yourself, chop your future today again, chop your children's future again, can't chop everything again. So that their children go there abroad, they Dubai everywhere. They are pushing you. President Tinubu is fighting for you. You know, the witches don't too affect people's life for this country. Witches everywhere. Some people is not ordinary. If they insult Tinubu today, it's not ordinary. Now waiting witches don't turn you to. Now waiting your village people don't do you. Now they do you. Because you see person where they fight for.
So the youths are with Peter Obi. The youths are with Peter Obi. That's the recurring decimal that they continue to drum to try and convince themselves. Those two people we've seen so far, they don't look like old people to me. Maybe the third one will be an old person. The youths are with Peter Obi.
In as much as many of you have dedicated yourself to spreading bad news and pushing propagandous narratives about the government of Nigeria under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I want to tell you something. You cannot fool us all. From the obedient falsehood to the VDM and Idris Abdulkarim conspiracy, and then to the Showore shenanigans, I want to tell you none of this will blindfold us from seeing reality and saying it as it is. This is the only government that has brought about tax reform, something that has been long overdue in the Nigerian system. Do you know how much tax reform will bring about productivity in all of the states in Nigeria? Nobody's talking about this. The only government that has tackled ASU strike head on, ASU strike that kept declining the Nigerian education system, and it felt like there was no solution to it. But in 2 years of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in office, there has not been such thing as ASU strike. And not that alone, even in the educational sector, we now have student loan. Nobody is willing to talk about this. You are only interested in the bad news. Recently, Rino Omokri tweeted to say, "Never in Nigeria's history have so many road projects been going on simultaneously. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is progressing. The Sokoto-Badagry Express is being constructed as we speak. President Tinubu has approved 777 billion naira to complete the 700 kilometers. And nobody's interested in this. All you want to hear is bad news. Look at the massive development in Ajaokuta Steel Company, but nobody's talking about it. Look at Dangote Refinery. It's not just there, but it's functioning. Look at the Port Harcourt Refinery as well. Nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody's talking about the improvement in the health sector. How President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has assisted those dealing with kidney ailments. They have to pay up to 50,000 naira per day before. Now it has been dropped to about 11,000 naira just to make it more affordable. By this same President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nobody's talking about that. Even the security that we are complaining, do you know how terrible Kaduna to Abuja road was before? People could not even travel there. But the story is different right now. Not to even talk of local government autonomy. This is just to even mention a few. Because if I say make I mention they go, I don't have enough space on my phone. But why is it that we are more interested in the shortcomings and we are so quick to put it on social media and to tell everybody how terrible Nigeria is? I'm not saying Nigeria is there yet. Of course, there's economic hardship in the land, affecting even me myself. But with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we can say for sure we've taken a couple of right steps in the right direction. And the song right now should be Sheyi, tell your papa, in the try.
There it is right there. The wind has blown and we have seen the you know the rest of that. The wind has blown and we are so I didn't even mean to start like that, but let's start formally now. Still along the good news space. Again, NNPC reduces petrol prices, now cheaper than Dangote rates. So this is before and after. This is compare and contrast Ojulari and the Aboki that just left there. So there was never any instance that NNPC was not more expensive than Dangote under Mele Kyari, but Mele Kyari was just there to loot money. There was a dedicated Fulani account in NNPC that he was just packing money into, but now they got rid of him. Now this is what the expectation always was. NNPC, which is essentially it's not a charitable organization and it's not an NGO, but it's certainly not a profit first led. It's been cooperated and incorporated as a commercial entity now, but it shouldn't. NNPC, which is a government-owned facility, should never be more expensive than a privateer-owned facility. And that has always been what the expectation is. And now that expectation comes to reality. Again, NNPC reduces petrol prices, now cheaper than Dangote's rate. So NNPC must always be cheaper than Dangote. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has slashed its petrol pump price to 880 naira per litre on Monday, April the 21st, for its Lagos retail stations. This new price represents a 30 naira reduction from the previous pump price of 910 naira per litre, and now means that NNPC sells petrol cheaper than Dangote's partners in Lagos. So So there it is right there. And I'm not sure we need much more than that. Whilst in Abuja, the pump price of petrol has reduced to 935 naira per liter from the previous 950 naira per liter. So everything coming together. Kunle, a filling station attendant in Lagos, who confirmed the new price to correspondents, said, "We now sell petrol at 880 naira. The instruction was given on Monday afternoon." And this we will see now, because they said they got rid of military in order to improve transparency and efficiency, and immediately we're seeing that. We now sell petrol at 880 naira. The instruction was given on Monday afternoon. Correspondents report that in Abuja, at the Airport Road, Lugbe, and the Federal Housing, Kabwa, the price of the product dropped to 935 naira per liter. This is the second adjustment in a week, and comes days after the Dangote refinery announced a new ex-depot price, and also for its partners filling station. So is that price war then always to the benefit of the consumer, of the end user? Earlier correspondence reports that Adova, Mobile, Petrocam, Hiding, Techno Oil, and Matrix have been asked to reduce prices. Dangote instructed its partners to sell at the following prices: Lagos 890, Southwest 900, Northwest and North Central 910, Southeast, South, Northeast 920. So why is petrol more? I suppose where the consumption is the most, and it's the logistics of transportation as well. That of course embedded in the price. So it's not anything ethnic, because I know how much they like to ethnicize things. The price, the logistics of transportation is embedded in the end price. Dangote, NNPC price war resume to benefit Nigerians. The new price reduction resumes the ongoing price war between the NNPC, Dangote refinery, signifying a pivotal shift in the nation's downstream oil sector. So yes, the managing director of Financial Derivatives Company Limited, Bismarck Rewan, believes that the price war between Dangote Refinery and NNPC will benefit the consumer more. He said, "In a price war, nobody wins. The consumer wins in the short run, and then eventually the market goes back to where it should be. But at the end of the day, between now and June, the price leadership will be firmly established." He also maintained that Dangote Refinery's reduction in the pump price of petrol is due to production cost efficiency, amongst other factors. Earlier correspondents reported that oil marketers under the aegis of the petroleum products retail outlet owners, as I say, they love all this long winding, have condemned the persistent fluctuations in the petrol prices by the Dangote refinery and NNPC, warning that the instability is causing massive losses and discouraging investment in the sector. So I'm not quite sure what that nonsense is. The organization has therefore called for a regulatory framework that mandates price stability for at least 6 months. So the price have to be fluid necessarily, because it's an internationalized product, and the price internationally determines the price at the end use. Speaking of the changes, the organization's public secretary, Joseph whatever, in a statement said that the changes have created uncertainty amongst investors who are wary of unpredictable market conditions. So I'm not quite sure. They're asking for price fixing. I think they should be locked up for that, actually. That's illegal. So from that to this, Quara that is Kuara. That's Kaura for people not watching but listening. Quara for President 2027. Governor Bala Mohammed's posters spotted at strategic places on Bauchi Strait. So that's Bala Mohammed. Then the worst kept secret is presidential ambition. But he told us of. Remember when we were telling what's his name yesterday that Bala Mohammed considered Nigeria to be that Nigeria belonged to all Fulanis. We were explaining all of this to him, and he couldn't quite get it, Mike. So let me play it. I found a clip of him saying that. So listen to this.
In the tradition of the Fulani man that attracts reprisal from all over the
If I understand, does that mean that those Fulani men who are maybe domiciled in other countries who move around, they can come into the country and this plan will accommodate them as well?
Yes, that's what we want to do.
Why should federal government use resources for this country to accommodate Fulani men who are not Nigerians?
You see, as I said, we are already accommodating them. Do you delineate and then really know who is not a Fulani man from Nigeria? They are all Nigerians, because I said their identity, their own citizenship is Nigerian, even though we have relations all over the world, all over Africa. And so, presumably they are Nigerians. I think you get me. That is the misunderstanding. They move from one place to the other, and they have relations, kith and kins in all the parts of the country, and even outside the country. So that is why our own population is fluid. You can certainly not say this is the population of Nigeria. Of course, we will try more to cultivate that culture in our people, while at the same time bringing the Fulanis in one fold and try to arrest their traditional practice of moving from one place to the other. And that is very big, an uphill task. But I think we can communicate with them more, because to them they don't have borders from Cameroon to Nigeria.
But that's the thing, Excellency. How?
All right, it goes on a bit more, but I brought that in for Mike. Actually, we were trying to explain to him yesterday that this guy considers every Fulani man alive a Nigerian, and he was struggling to believe it or to understand it. So I brought that in for Mike. So anytime it turns up, we go to that. But that's Bala Mohammed. Then his poster all over Bauchi State, signaling his intentions to run for 2027. So we've had the kickoff pistol now being fired by the official. INEC has not actually declared yet officially that the elections are afoot, and it's illegal. Actually, it's a flouting of the rules to be campaigning whilst INEC has not yet declared that the elections have started, that campaigns can start. But nevertheless, you get all of these posters all over the place. It's like flying a kite to see what the reactions will be. So this is kite flying, but he's flying it in his own home state. So when INEC goes to him, he'll say, no, it's overzealous supporters, nothing to do with me. That's the excuse they all go to. But Bala Mohammed now signaling his intentions for 2027. So we see how that plays out now. So intentions of Sheyi Makinde is already signaled towards 2027. Bala Mohammed signals now. Atiku Abubakar still campaigning. So we'll see how they duke it out. Remember, Atiku tells us that he will always get the PDP ticket. He may well find that a struggle this time around. But that's the mix so far now. So we have 3 runners and riders now for the PDP ticket. So 3 runners and riders for the PDP ticket. Cardoso discusses Nigeria's monetary future ahead of 2025 IMF World Bank Group spring meeting. So these are necessarily those off events, sort of off. That's OWF. So these are necessarily those off events, sort of events, so that they prep their position then towards the big meet. That's MET meet. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso, participated in a significant dialogue with distinguished economist Dr. James Robinson during a recent policy forum examining Nigeria's monetary strategies and international financial engagement. The event featured Dr. Robinson, the Reverend Richard L. Pearson, professor at the University of Chicago, and director of the Pearson Institute for the Study and Resolution of Global Conflicts. According to a statement shared via the CBN's official X account on Saturday, their conversation explored the trajectory of economic reforms in Nigeria, bringing together leading policymakers and financial specialists. During the session, Governor Cardoso emphasized the central bank's commitment to implementing rigorous and transparent monetary policies. We inherited a crisis of confidence, but we chose a different path. We are not turning back, Cardoso said, drawing nods. So that is nods of agreement and acceptance, drawing nods from participants, including global finance leaders and members of the Nigerian diaspora. The discussion began with the introductory remarks from Tal Cohen, president of NASDAQ. The event brought together various Nigerian professionals alongside international economic figures. Proceedings were moderated by Dr. Nkuri Balonwu, advisor on stakeholder engagement at the CBN, while Temi Popola, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Exchange Group, facilitated audience questions. Concluding remarks on the bank's strategic direction were delivered by Dr. Olubukola Akiniyi Akinwumi, Director of Banking Supervision Department at the CBN. The gathering was further enriched by the participation of several members of the CBN board and monetary policy committees, including Mr. Robert Agbade, Professor Marvin Ayogu, and Dr. Oloysius Odu. Their involvement underscored the institution's commitment to incorporating insights from Nigerian experts in diaspora. So it's brain tapping, isn't it? It's essentially going into the international space to present and to listen, and that is how things should be done. Throughout the forum, discussion centered on Nigeria's ongoing monetary reform initiatives and the CBN's efforts to restore market confidence. Governor Cardoso referred to these efforts as orthodox policy choices aimed at promoting long-term economic stability. So that may well not excite, but that is those are the building blocks. Then that it's from those sort of gatherings that they get, all of the concepts that then they present, then that they condense it then into the specificity of the Nigerian need. Insecurity. This is major reason you cannot rule Nigeria on a blast. Article. So for my money, Atiku and Peter Obi, they are misplaying this spate of insecurity that we're experiencing, because they are leveraging it to try and attack the government, but the optics of it, because in moments like this, is traditionally the received wisdom is that the country will rally together, everybody will drop their vested interest to confront then this moment in time for the country. I can't quite find the phrase I was looking for. So you sheathe your swords and respond to a national emergency situation in order then that the country presents a united front. That is how these things should be handled. But Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, they are trying to leverage this massacre. No other word describes other than this massacre that we're seeing going on at the moment. They are trying to leverage it for political gains, and this and the optics of it gives the feel and texture of dancing on the graves of these people being slaughtered and feeding on their carcasses. It's a bad optic. But then Atiku is known for bad choices anyway. When it comes to a moment of decision, he always makes the wrong decision. We saw that with how he played the G5 in 2023. Insecurity. This is major reason you can never rule Nigeria honor blast Atiku. The former Southeast campaign spokesman to President Bola Tinubu, Joseph Umunakwe Ono, has accused the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar of playing politics with the blood of innocent Nigerians. Correspondent reports that Ono made the allegation whilst reacting to Atiku's position on the recent killing in Benue State. Atiku had accused Tinubu's administration of displaying a disturbing indifference to the rising wave of insecurity across the country and berated the president for his continuing stay in Europe amidst national trauma. In response, Ono, in a statement on Monday, April 21st, said it was pathetic for Atiku to play cheap politics whilst promoting his serial political career failure using the memory of the blood of innocent Nigerian victims of terrorism. The All Progressive Congress APC chieftain stated that the difference between Atiku's expression of empathy and that of Tinubu lies in the former president's arrogance, selfishness, and ego, which have blinded his vision of purpose. Ono further stated that Atiku, a member of the opposition, was bound to serve his nation in every way and manner that will foster unity, but has failed in every way to contribute to the solutions and suggest means of tackling the country's security challenges. Ono reminded Atiku that in 2018, the group president and chief executive of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, made a donation of 150 fully kitted operational vehicles to the Nigerian police force in an attempt to deepen national intervention in security. He stressed that Dangote Cement PLC donated 25 operational cars fully equipped with security features to the Ogun State Security Trust Fund as part of its strategic corporate social responsibility towards maintaining security of lives and property, and challenged Atiku to mention one security support he has ever provided to support his adopted home state, Adamawa. So why is that? That remark, that acerbic remark right there? It goes back to the. Do you remember when the tussle for 2019, when the play of the Buhari team was to suggest then that Atiku was not even a Nigerian, that as at the time of his birth, the part of Adamawa that he comes from, that Atiku comes from, will actually belong to Cameroon. So to all intents and purposes, Atiku is a Cameroonian. But then, of course, Buhari is not one to talk. He's from Niger Republic. He's not a Nigerian. Neither was Abacha. Very few of these people are actually Nigerians. A lot of the northerners that rule that country. He said, "It is said that charity begins at home. As our nation faces various security challenges like many other nations in the world, Adamawa State Executive Council approved the procurement of 25 brand new pickup trucks from Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing Limited for security agencies in the state, whilst their illustrious son, by referendum, who is now shouting to high heavens over the security challenges and criticizing the president, did nothing to support his adopted home state. Neither did companies or schools affiliated to Atiku. This shows the level of hypothetical nature of Atiku. It is on record that after 6 days in China, Tinubu left Beijing for London, where he met with King Charles III in September and diverted his flight mid-air en route to the United States back to Nigeria, and immediately shelved his proposed visit to the United States to identify with the people of Maiduguri and environ in Borno State over the then flood disaster, which almost crushed commercial and social activities in the state. So I think we'll is that the last paragraph? Okay, let's read that. Finally, let us hope. Finally, let us hope to believe that Atiku has empathy. The difference between his expression of empathy and that of President Tinubu is that Atiku's arrogance, selfishness, and ego blinds his vision of purpose and conflicts with his sense of judgment, direction, and execution of empathetic emotions. And that is the major reason you can never rule Nigeria. So convoluted and excessive, but nevertheless, I think the point made. So convoluted and excessive. I wasn't intending to do that. I wasn't intending. I was actually flicking to the other article, and then I dropped it somewhat. Let me bring it back up so you can see what we're reading next. It's still the same storyline. Atiku playing politics with blood of innocent victims. This is honor still, so we've just read that. So we've gone from that to this. Okonkwo works for Tinubu. This is Showore now. Getting deep then into the psychedelia of conspiracy theory. African Action Congress chieftain Omoyele Showore has alleged that Kenneth Okonkwo was one of the persons the ruling All Progressive Congress APC used to destabilize opposition against President Bola Tinubu. Correspondents report that the former presidential candidate of AAC stated this on Monday whilst reacting to a statement from the former Labour Party chieftain. Okonkwo, in a statement on Sunday, said anyone against planned coalition to unseat President Tinubu in 2027 must be the president's agent. So I think this might well be a tit for tat rather than a fact-led anything. The People's Democratic Party's Governors Forum, in a communique after their last week's meeting in Ibadan, Oyo State, distanced the party from the coalition talks ahead of 2027, being championed by the party's former presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar. The Nollywood legend, and by the way, reading this Nollywood legend there, stay there. I'm going to show you a clip of Portable and Speed Darlington's fight in a moment. It lasts the grand total of 30 seconds. But let's finish this one off first. The Nollywood legend stressed that the opposition has failed to live up to their expectations. He noted that a coalition would be the best tactic to oust the APC government in 2027. Nigerians are tired of the ruling party, but their only obstacle is a disunited opposition. If the opposition parties come together today against the APC, this will mark the end of APC and probably the dawn of a new era. Whoever is against the coalition in 2027 is an agent of Tinubu, he said. In reaction to Okonkwo's words, Showore claimed that most of the politicians championing coalition against Tinubu work for him. They have resumed their gimmicks. Meanwhile, they are all the ones All Progressive Congress is utilizing to eradicate genuine opposition to Bola Tinubu's terrible regime. Kenneth Okonkwo originated from APC, joined the Labour Party, and departed suddenly after the election because they did not want to fight the man they claimed stole their mandates. Many of them, elected Labour personnel, joined APC. Not even those previously from the PDP returned to their former swamp. They are forming a spurious coalition, feigning interest in ousting a man they are all clandestinely supporting. So there it is. They may all be clandestinely supporting him, but I don't think Atiku Abubakar is he detests Tinubu to the core of his marrow, if such a phrase exists. Breaking heavy protest rocks jaws over Plateau killings, more than 100 dead. So is that strategy? Of course, we've already discussed this. These are the Northerners now trying to destabilize the administration with the insurgency, which is what they did with Goodluck Jonathan. But if be interested, they may well have overplayed that hand now, and we'll see then somebody has to pay a price for what's going on, by the way, and we need a big fish. Whoever is behind it, if it's that Abubakar Malami, El Rufai, you know, El Rufai used to pay the bandits when he was the governor of Kaduna State. So whatever their involvements are, and who is that one? Sheikh Gumi. We've not even heard from him in a while. He's kept his head down after they've picked up that Meitiala guy. He knows that there are no sacred cows anymore. Somebody with whoever is behind it has to be fished out. That's just the thing. Nuhu Ribadu, you're under pressure. And imagine report has it that a fresh protest broke out in Jos, the Plateau State capital, on Monday, April 21st, over the persistent killings of indigenous residents by suspected Fulani militants. The demonstrations, which were led by Christian leaders, including Plateau chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend Polycarp Lubo. I kid you not, so that's somebody's name, Polycarp, Polycarp. That's the name of a human being. Reverend Polycarp Lubo began at the you know, if Plateau was safe, I would love to visit just for the funkiness of their names. It's just it must be a funky place. All right, so that's that. Still ongoing protest. Sadly, about this never-ending saga of the killings. Where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? Well, go to Aso Rock, you'll find him there. Tinubu returns to Abuja after nearly 3 weeks in Europe. For all of the noise, you'd have thought he was gone for 3 years. President Bola Tinubu returned to Abuja on Monday night following a nearly 20-day trip to Europe. His aircraft touched down at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Kanu Azikiwe. His aircraft touched down at the presidential wing of the not Nnamdi Kanu, but Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport at 9:50 p.m., where he was received by top government officials. The president had departed Nigeria on Wednesday, April the 2nd, and spent part of his stay in Paris, France, before reportedly moving to London during the second weekend of his trip. Welcoming him back to the country were the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yemsen Wike, amongst other senior officials. So there it is, right there. Where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? Go to Aso Rock and you see him there. So now to the headline piece. Our dear friend, your friend than mine, CHINEDU Rhodes Vivour, Obatala Council cancels GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour's or Obalefun Agbaye title. So there it is right there. HIM Oba Dr. Oyebanji Gbageshin Adedokun Aláṣẹ Òòṣà Àgbáyé Ìjọ Olórìṣà Parapọ̀ Àgbáyé Ìjọ Olórìṣà Parapọ̀ Àgbáyé. So notice of cancellation of title Obalefun Agbaye conferred on Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour. The above subject matter refers by the authority of the Obatala Agbaye in Council, I hereby write to notify you on the height of desecration. Okay, let's by the authority of the Obatala Agbaye in Council, I hereby write to notify you on the height of desecration and the despicable act appointing one Mr. Let's do that one more time after a sip of water. And by the way, if anybody wants to come in, come in. If you want the conversation, you have to come in. It is a participatory sport, as I often say. By the authority of Obatala Agbaye in council, I hereby write to notify you on the height of desecration and despicable act of appointing one Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour as Obalefun Agbaye, a title preserved for the for appointment only by the supreme authority of Obalesun. Is that Obalefun Agbaye? Yes. Sorry, I'm struggling with that. I'm not saying the super chats come through. Let the super chats come through. Release the super chat from its shackles. By the authority of Obatala Agbaye in council, I hereby write to notify you on the height of desecration and despicable act appointing one Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour as Obalefun Agbaye, a title preserved for appointment only by the supreme authority of Obalesun Obatala Agbaye Council. For it is only Obalesun Obatala Agbaye Ọlọ́jà Àránjí Idita Town. Sorry, I'm even struggling with Yoruba words now. Who is the traditional head of Oronje Idita Town that has the right to bestow the title Obalefun Agbaye on anyone, and more so, the title goes with full traditional rights as an Oba under that township in Ife. Unfortunately, we saw via trending video on the internet displaying your person conferring illegally a coronated title of Obalefun Agbaye on one Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour, consequently amounting to fraud, illegal appointment, violation of rights, impersonation, and gross abuse of privileges. We, by this notice, unanimously withdraw and cancel the conferred Obalefun Agbaye title on Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour, and thereby sanctioned your aforementioned group of disgruntled elements parading yourselves as Ijo Olorisha Parapo Agbaye Badagry Lagos State, wherein it is on record you were earlier sacked as Oba something or the other of Lagos State for similar gross acts of misconduct and wanton criminality, while your cohort, all of whom are unknown to the Council of Obatala, Oba worldwide. We shall not hesitate to take appropriate legal sanctions to cause the law enforcement agencies to initiate due diligent investigation and prefer criminal charges bordering on conspiracy to wit, fraudulent misrepresentation, deceit, and despicable act of impersonation against you and any other person found culpable at a court of competent jurisdiction accordingly. You are hereby warned accordingly. So there it is right there. So apparently all this confinement now, whoever gave this guy a title was all the people who conferred the title themselves. Is all an illegal act according to the people who are in custody of that particular space. So that is Rhodes Vivour, ever the dodgy guy, ever the shifty character. I look at who they anyway, let me not talk out of turn, but notice of cancellation of title Obalefun Agbaye conferred on Mr. GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour a Paurisha by the authority of the Obat. So we read all that. So that's the Rhodes Vivour storyline. I'll send the link again if anybody wants to come in. Where is the link? Let's send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. That's not the link. And that's not the link either. So we will find the link and we will send it. We'll find the link and we will send it. Un momento, por favor. For the Spanish speakers. I wonder how many Spanish speakers we have on the platform. Un momento, por favor. You know that's actually Portuguese, although those two languages intertwine. Un momento, por favor, which is 1 minute, please. So, un momento, por favor. Let's go on from that. Hold on. All right. All right. Let's go on from. Let's go to the clips. Did I send the link? I just copied it down. Yeah, let me send the link. All right. Let's go to the clips that we do have, and then we'll see what happens after that. So we've done all the obedience, turning back thing. Let's do this. Still on GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour or CHINEDU Rhodes Vivour, however you choose to see him. Here he is telling us then that if he ever becomes the governor of Lagos State, he will banish the usage of Yoruba language in Lagos. So listen very closely. It's very faint, but listen. This guy actually promises to banish this an Ambrarian guy that wants to be the governor of Lagos State. He wants to ban Yoruba in Lagos. Can you imagine that?
Perspective. So I'm just gonna give it out to you straight. So number one, I'm sure you must have heard about the Yoruba language bill they tried to pass in 2018. Are you still going to make Yoruba language the lingua franca of Lagos? That's number one.
I will not be in favor of making Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos. Right? I will not do that.
Am I the only one who has lost GBADEBO?
No, same.
I guess the Orishas of Lagos took it personal.
That I will not be. I feel that Lagos has a lot more problems than making Yoruba the lingua franca of the state. And I say this because Lagos State has, yes, it shares a filial relationship with Yoruba land. It does. We have a culture of.
All right. So that's Chinedu GBADEBO Rhodes Vivour right there telling us then that he's going to banish Yoruba language if he ever becomes governor. Can you imagine that? All right. Filial relationship, filial piety. Anyway, let's just leave that. So that's Chinedu Rhodes Vivour, of course, talking shit as always. So do you remember that clip of some self-appointed leader of the Fulani youth that promised that he was going to he gave a very dark man 24 hours to withdraw commentaries about the Sultan of Sokoto. So the actual real Fulani youths, they are coming out to say not in my name. So let's take a couple of those.
That man was given 48 hours to withdraw his word against our father, the Sultan of Sokoto, by the president of the Northern Youth. Quite funny, right? Well, I'm not here to talk about what very dark man says to the Sultan of Sokoto or against the words of Sultan of Sokoto, because I do not find any of his sentences offensive. In fact, his words were 100% not offensive, not only to me, but I know if the Sultan of Sokoto watched this video, as the intelligent man he is not going to find any of his words offensive. Well, I'm here to address the person that come out to say that he is the president of the Northern Youth. This is my first time. The Northerners don't even know this person. This is the first time I'm seeing this person on my screen. And it perhaps maybe because Very Dark Man has replied to him, so the guy starts becoming famous. Maybe that's why I even come across his video. And you that come out and claim that you are the president of the Northern Youth, don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Where were you when Northerners were being killed? Where were you when Northerners were being kidnapped? Where were you when Northerners are starving, dying out of hunger? Where were you when things are happening in the North? You were hiding behind your screen. And now you come out and see that you are the president of the Northern Youth. Who voted for you? We don't even know you. The Northerners, I'm here to tell the world that the Northerners don't know this guy. This is the first claim that the guy is making. We don't even know him. We don't make him our president. Our president should be with us when things are happening, but you and your like.
Oh, all right, so that's a little snippet of the pushback against that rascal. It's all cloud chasing, by the way. They're just leveraging whoever is popular. They'll leverage their name so that they can trend it within social media space. That guy was never a president of anything, of course. I think we all know that. Let's go to this one. It's still along the same line.
I'm sending this message to Nigerian Youth President Very Dark Man concerning one of his videos. I come across this particular video yesterday on social media where one small boy is claiming to be our leader. So Very Dark Man, basically this boy is not our leader.
He came across the video yesterday, the video.
I'm sending this message to Nigerian Youth President Very Dark Man concerning one of his videos. I come across this particular video yesterday on social media where one small boy is claiming to be our leader. So Very Dark Man, basically this boy is not our leader. Wallahi tallahi, this boy is not our leader because it's an insult to whole Arewa Youth to say that this stupid boy is our leader. It's not our leader. We don't know him. Even because we were even posted him yesterday on your Facebook page. Nobody know him. Nobody has ever seen him before. We don't know him. So me, what the other thing is that this boy, he just used you to train. He wants people to know him. That is the reason why he used you to train, and he has achieved his aim. We don't know him. We don't know him. He's not our leader. He didn't speak in behalf of Arewa Youth. We don't know him. But Very Dark Man, I want you to know, you make one statement inside your video, say that most of Arewa Youth or Arewa people are ignorant, which you are right. Yes, you are right. And I know you are a person that used to speak the truth, even against the president of Nigeria, even against his first son, CHINEDU. So that is the reason why we love you, because we are always behind the truth. As Muslims are also Christians, because Quran said, say the truth, wallahu ala anfusikum, even if that particular truth is against yourself. Awul walidain, even if it's against your father and your mother, wal akrabin. Quran says no matter you are close to person. If you are to say the truth, even if that particular truth is against him. And the same thing as a Christian, if you read the book of John chapter 8 verse 32, Bible said, seek the truth and the truth shall set you free. If you had the truth, even if it is from Satan, just take the truth and leave the Satan alone. So we are behind the truth. Used to speak the truth against all this stupid.
All right, so that guy claims that the other guy was using Very Dark Man to trend as he uses Very Dark Man to trend. Maybe we should be using Very Dark Man to trend as well. As much as I cannot abide that sort of space, sometimes you have to hold your nose and dive in. So hold your nose and dive in. And that was what Speed Darlington did in the boxing match with Portable. I'm not quite sure if any of you was following that space, but I came across it in the streamlines, just as I was looking around for what to discuss, and it just popped out. So this is Speed Darlington, celebrity boxing, Speed Darlington versus Portable. So I think Portable did Burna Boy a solid on that day. Watch this. and that was it. It lasted barely. The intro music lasted longer than the fight, as it was a case of run, fat boy, run, as wahala, as Portable proceeded to pummel Speed Darlington. So the next bout then, Portable versus Logan Paul. Who would your money be on that? Portable versus Logan Paul. Let me play you this now. Next clip. It's only 14 seconds, so you really have to pay attention. But you know, my mouth was agape when I saw this. It was just the spectacle of it. It's just I wasn't sure if it was wondrous or in poor taste. So you make that decision. Tell me in the comment section. Tell me if this is wondrous or in poor taste.
See, to other tribes in Nigeria, respectfully, I would like to point out that when it comes to Owambe in Nigeria, leave it for Yoruba people. I'm not saying you guys are not good though, but leave it for Yoruba people. Look at this.
So I watched that clip about 3-4 times, and I wasn't quite clear in my mind what that woman had on her head. Was it a gele or a flying saucer? I'm not quite sure. You tell me. Was that a gele or a flying saucer? So do you remember? Of course you must remember. As early as yesterday, Pastor Tunde Bakare, he came out to tell us that Tinubu has institutionalized thuggery in the Nigerian political space. That it's never been this bad. The level of thuggery and malfeasance that Tinubu has introduced into the system. So Pastor Tunde Bakare, but do you remember him from 3 years ago? Watch this.
If you have never heard it before, I'm saying it to you this morning. In the scheme of things, as far as politics of Nigeria is concerned, President Muhammadu Buhari is number 15, and yours sincerely, I'm number 16. I've never said that to you before. I never said that to you before. I make it plain this morning. I let you know it this morning. Nothing can change it. In the name of Jesus, he is number 15.
So I wonder what justified the congregation studying up the Sunday after the election day. He told us, even after the primaries, he told us Buhari was number 14, he will be number 15, according to what the Lord told him. But there it is, a fool and his money soon to part. That is what goes on. It's all a scam. I think we all know that anyway, but that's Tunde Bakare then, just a laughable character. So a laughable character. Let's go on from there from that to this. So you must remember, of course, the CBEC story that's been trending. So a lot of people said, that people should have learned from the MMM scam, but there was a lot packed into that CBEC that made it impossible for people to take the learning. Watch this. Watch the narrative of this woman. Where is the CBEC one? Let's play this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as I was saying,
apologies for the fake phone that girl is. It will irritate you. The fake phone that the girl is using that she's speaking with, but ignore the irritation of her fake phone and listen to what she has to say.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as I was saying, I did a little research and I realized that the organization had obtained a certificate from the CAC, the Corporate Affairs Commission, which I verified, and it was authentic. I went further. I also realized they have obtained a SCUMO from the EFCC, that's the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. So this kind of boosts my confidence in the platform, although I wasn't too 100% sure about it. So I asked for if there was like a physical branch or physical offices. Do they operate physically in Nigeria here? To which I was given a list of offices. Like they literally had physical operational office scattered across the country. I went to a physical branch here in Abuja where I attended a seminar. And we were convinced as the, the investors that this company has already applied for a SEC certificate, and it is currently under review, but because they're waiting for approval, it will be out in the month of May. So we really did not have, much reasons to doubt the fact that they are, already applied for this certificate, because we had, from past antecedents, we had gone through their CAC and it was authentic. The from the EFCC was also verified. So we really did not have, reasons to doubt, when they told us we already applied for a SEC certificate and it will be coming out in the month of May. Besides that, the presence of the physical offices too also boosted the confidence of users, because they not only held weekly seminars, they also carried out charity programs, they fed the poor, they shed rice oil, even went to schools in the western part of Nigeria, of which they...
So there it is. I'm not sure how much more due diligence that girl could have done. So these were sleek and smooth operators, professional criminals. No matter how clever you are, if they're out to get you, then they will. So now this next clip that I'm about to play you, I am going to be carrying a placard on behalf of this woman. I'm so infuriated. I am incandescent with rage as to what happened to this woman. It's just a little synopsis of the Nigerian malaise. This is what afflicts us as a country, and this is what frustrates. This is what devoids us of hope that anything could ever be right in that country. I'm so enraged about what happened to this woman.
Good afternoon, Samuyiwa Adejobi. Thank you so much for all you are doing to help us curb the excesses in our nation. Thank you for your job. Thank you for your service. And good afternoon, Sir Benjamin Udein. I am doing this to at least bring this to your attention and see that something is done. To be candid, the 20,000 naira that was forcefully taken from me today is totally wrong. It is extortion by any standard. I have receipt. I have the receipt here. Now, because they did not, of course, the officers were on my neck to delete the video I made, right? They came for me big time to delete the video I made, right? As at least that would be my evidence. They took the videos from me because they held me down. They did not allow me go. But of course, I had the receipt of the 20,000 naira transfer I did to the POS they asked me to do. I know the spot. I can still come back there, and I know their station. Now the location is Anthony, heading not Anthony, it's Maryland. Ojota heading to Maryland. Now these officers claimed that I used the BRC lane. I did not. Now the fact that they claim that I used BRC lane, I did not. God knows that I did not. I'm not the type that struggle with law enforcers. I don't. So they stopped me in the middle of the road. Where they stopped me, it's not even on BRC lane. They held me on motion, as in I was telling them, officer, please let me park. There was trailer at my back. There was trailer beside me. Because of their presence there was already build up of traffic. So everybody is just trying to avoid them. In that instance, I could have been hit by a moving vehicle. Somebody held my car. I went down to say, officer, please. As in, they did not even ask me to wind down before I did. Before I got to them, I'd already wind down to tell them that, officer, please let me park properly. They were saying I should stop there, stop there. I was like, no. Let me park properly. At least I am not running. I don't have anything incriminating on me. You said instantly they were saying I used BRC lane. I said I am not dragging with you, but at least let me park to safety first. That was all I was saying to these people. They did not hear me. They did not hear me. On motion, they opened my door. The other side of my door, they opened it and told my mother to come down from the car. On motion. This is the height of it. Now, at the end of the day, they said they are going to impound my car. They are going to call towing vehicle to take me. I said, oh yeah, take me. These guys started driving me around Maryland. The same BRT lane they claim I used was the same one way they used to drive me around Maryland. They drive me around Maryland before they now took me down to their office at K2. They took me to the office at K2. Now, they did not drive me inside. I was saying, take me inside. At least let me go and explain myself. Take me inside. They did not take me inside. They stopped me out there and forcefully extort 20,600 naira from me because I had to pay extra 600 naira to the POS girl. Now, how did this money come? Because for me, my nature, I will not give them a dime. It was my mother whom they had to negotiate with because I was unwilling to negotiate. I wanted to actually see the crime they said I committed. These guys, please, sir, if I need to come identify them, I am ready to identify them. Sir, please, I want my money back. That's 20,000 naira. It is unlawful. It should never be. And the fact that they even risk my life, sir, please, I am begging you with the name of God, with everything you hold there. This is the first time I will ever come against a law enforcer. I have been the one shouting about the progress of the state, talking about how Nigeria can be better and all of that. And now I am seeing this. Please, sir, please use your good office to help me get my money back from these people. As of yesterday, some officers around Akim Dixon, I was coming out from Lekki Phase 1. I used Akim Dixon to turn back at Lekki, the second entrance of Lekki. I did not use a one way. They pulled me there. I'm talking about Lagos Island now. They pulled me. They pulled me over. Now, that one, I'm not even saying anything because the way they pulled me over, the officers did their job the right way. They pulled me over and they stopped every vehicle to make me park properly. If that was all that happened today, I would not even have any problem. I would not even be complaining that anything was taken from me. I would just sort this thing the normal way and just go. But I did not commit any offense. Yesterday, I did not commit any offense. But of course, because those guys were professional in their approach, I let things go. But today's own was total extortion. They extorted me of my money and they still endangered my life. Sir, please, I am begging you. Please use your good office to help me get my money. I want that money back. Not because I cannot give 20,000 naira house. But that particular 20,000 naira, this is cheating. This is pure extortion. And it should never happen at all.
You see, I was quite upset when I saw that because you could see that woman. She was struggling very hard to hold on to her composure. I think you could not hear that in her voice, and I can really identify with what she was saying. You know, just the sense of being cheated and feeling powerless and just being ridden over by either somebody or the state is something that rankles. It cuts to your inner soul. You know, that thing within all of us that we feel that when the moment comes, you have this special power within you that will overcome. That sort of attack, it blunts it and it kills a little bit of something out of within you. It kills you a little bit when things like that happen. You know, you become jaded. And then you become, it just takes something away from you. But I really felt for that woman. But then, of course, there's only one way to respond to that.
I never do. I say they do. I never do.
And Portable is exactly right. We are baboons, Nigerians, and we live in a zoo. So we are baboons and we live in a zoo. So baboons living in a zoo. Maybe I'll just play you about two more because I think it's getting a bit long and winding now. All right. Let me play you this one. Have you? I'm sure you have heard the phrase homoeroticism. Have you heard that phrase, homoeroticism? So when I saw this clip, that was the thought that came to my mind: homoeroticism. Watch this. This is meant to be religion, by the way, but it's there's something of the Brokeback Mountain about this one. Yeah, so there's something quite disturbing about that. There's something of it's almost like a sexualized sort of I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but it's not right, whatever it is. So still within that theme park, when I saw this clip that I'm about to play you now, the thought there's only two words that came to my mind when I saw this clip that I'm about to play you now, and those two words are I concur. So you tell me the words that come to your mind after you've watched it. But when I saw this next clip that I'm about to play you now, only two words came to my mind. I concur.
Without actually getting completely caught up emotionally with something which is really completely wrong.
Well, as I say, there are people who would vehemently disagree with you, so I'm just going to make that clear.
So right. So I concur. I agree with everything that guy has to say. You know, they say a broken clock is right twice a day. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So if the clock is stuck at 10 minutes past 12, at 10 minutes past 12 a.m. is completely right. 10 minutes past 12 p.m. it is completely right. So Donald Trump, for all that is bad about him, when he insisted that male means male, there are only two genders, male and female, it's just a hallelujah moment, because we're getting a little bit confused somewhat. There's the trans, there's the rans, and there's the manx, and just so many gender species now, all of that not known to God and man, but you cannot speak against it, otherwise you'll be slaughtered. But thank God that some semblance of sanity coming back into space. Semblance of sanity. Let me play you just two more and then we'll move on. I'll play you one political, one human interest. Let's do the politics first.
Madam Nasru said that President Tinubu is the most corrupt, or the APC government is the worst government. When did he realize this? Is it because he is not a minister today? I mean, this was the same gentleman, I said, this was the same gentleman who rallied around for President Tinubu, candidate Tinubu first, who insulted all northern leaders for President Tinubu. Professor Ango Abdullahi, who signed the certificate of RFI from the university as the leader of the Northern Elders Forum, he insulted him, calling all the northern leaders who are the elders, that he is an elder, 62-year-old man, and that whether anybody likes it or not, Tinubu must be elected. Now, God in his infinite mercy answered that prayer and call from RFI. Now he was promised to be a minister. He didn't become a minister. So I want, this is an elitist thing. I want you to understand, all the members of public to know that it is about us elites. When the elites lose out, they start screaming. Because if Nasru were made a minister, today he would have probably been at the forefront of insulting people. But he lost out, and he cannot see it as an act of God. The same party that made you governor for 8 years, all of a sudden, because you're out of it now, out of governance, you start insulting people and so on, bringing divisiveness into this country, talking about North. It is not nice. This is the same northerner who said that whether the northerners like it or not, it must be Tinubu. Now it's Tinubu. So what are we talking about? So I want the general public to understand that elites, political elites in this country, we are one and the same, and most of us are dishonest. Most of us are disgruntled if we are not part of the government. I keep saying, Mr. Abati, probably our paths have crossed somewhere. And I'm sure in the public's face, you must have seen my face before. I was in the House of Reps between 2003, 2007. From that time till date, I had not been in government. I am one of the pillars of President Muhammadu Buhari from inception, when Nasru El-Rufai was in PDP, minister in PDP, who called Muhammadu Buhari all sorts of names, who called Muhammad Buhari that he did not know the difference between Apple computer and Apple to fruit. The same person, who joined us, and then now when things are not going on well with him, he's coming out to say all these kind of things. I want the public, that's why I want the people to start seeing us in what we are. I didn't get any government position. I never ever stopped defending the government of President Muhammad Buhari. And I will never stop defending the government of Bola Tinubu. There are challenges, of course. Whether we said that everything is going on in this country fine, no. There are a lot of challenges in this country as of today. But whether the government is doing anything deliberate to bring suffering to the people of this country, no. And Tinubu decided to bring some reforms. And anywhere you bring reforms, there will be challenges, there will be difficulties. So, and we keep asking for patience. Just the way we ask for patience, when Muhammad Buhari was there, we will also continue to ask for patience when Tinubu is there as president.
So there it is right there. The soundtrack to El Rufai's political journey should be the Ice-T song you played yourself. So if you know, and then if you know, that ages you somewhat. There's an artist, there's a rapper called Ice, A-I-C-E, and then the alphabet T, Ice-T. And one of his seminal songs is You Played Yourself. That should be the soundtrack to El Rufai's political journey. So now, Nigerians and enterprise. Nobody more enterprising. Oh, there was one that I wanted to play you, but I'm not sure if I downloaded it or did I? Yes, there's nobody more enterprising than a Nigerian. So when I saw this next clip that I'm about to play you now, I was quite impressed. Let me just put it that way. Watch this.
This lady is making attachments from plantain stems. Like this attachment you are seeing here is being made from plantain stems. Like, is that not amazing? Ma, please, I want to know how you came about this whole thing. What process does this stuff pass through? Like from the stems to this attachment. How do you get to do it?
The first step is to cut the stem. Yes, from the pseudo stem. When you cut out the trunk, then you slice it to smaller sizes. After slicing, you go through the extracting machine. Initially, we used to do manual extraction, but now we have a machine. So you go through the machine extracts it out. And then after that, we now comb it again manually. There is also a machine for combing, but we don't have that. So we do manual combing. After the combing, we now go for softening.
So this particular attachment now can be used for your hair?
Sure. This one I have here is from this.
Wow.
Yes.
So they don't need to buy expensive hairs from outside the country again?
Well, for now, this is expensive. Anyway, yes, because of the manual processes.
So like how much is this?
For this, the attachment of 150 gram is 20,000.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not that expensive compared to human hair.
No, not at all. It's far lower than human hair.
And this is made from plantain stems.
Yes, and it's reusable.
It's reusable?
Yes, several times. The more you use it, the more it becomes even more beautiful.
So come. Let me carry the camera. Come. Let me show you guys something. So this particular lady here is using it to make her hair. The one she's using is being dyed. As you guys can see, this is the one she's using right here. It's being dyed, and that's what she's using to make her hair. And you can see how fine it is looking. Wow. And that is plantain stems. Like, it's being used to make this. I'm short of words, man. This is one of them too.
Yes.
Wow.
That's a dyed one.
Okay, this is a dyed one.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to produce this from that stem to this particular level where you can actually use it to make your hair?
If it's a cap like this,
I mean, like to this level.
For this, we can do one full one a day now.
Oh, a day?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, it can. The attachment can be produced within a day.
Are you serious?
Just a couple of hours, as long as the machines are there. Yes.
Where did you get the idea of this?
Well, some through research, then others through inspiration.
Wow. This is something a lot of people don't know about men. See, a full video is going to be dropping.
So there it is right there. So it's just the ingenuity of it. You know, enterprise, endeavor, all of these qualities is all embodied in the Nigerian. But in the Nigerian female, if you're looking for enterprise, endeavor, hard work capacity, and that X factor of that daredevil spirit, if you're looking for that heady mix of everything, there's nobody that embodies it more than an Igbo woman. You know, the most daring, the most enterprising, the ladies with the biggest chest, and I'm talking in terms of the capacity to reach beyond themselves and achieve. You kind of find outside greater than an Igbo woman. Let me show you what explains what I mean. Nobody else would take this on outside of an Igbo woman because they're the only ones capacitated to reach beyond themselves in this manner. What this?
How you doing?
Fine, thank you. You're coming from?
From Germany.
Oh, I'm coming from Nigeria.
No,
Okay,
my
Kenya,
motorbike.
actually, yes,
Are
my
you,
motorbike.
you have a breakdown?
No, I
No?
just got tired.
Okay.
The roads are really bad. How tired are you?
Yeah, plenty. Plenty, man. So the roads are bad this way?
It's just like this. There are some blocks on the road, so you might have to get down.
Oh, really?
Then remove the stones.
Yeah.
Then go and cover it again.
There's nothing better coming this way.
Ah.
Are you crossing into the south?
South, yes,
yeah,
yes.
It will be even worse. Up rivers.
Oh my.
And you have to, and these are canoe boats.
Oh, and they have to put my bike in the
Exactly,
river.
yeah.
Actually, I was connected to someone at the border, one of the soldiers.
Yeah.
At Kandiapara.
Okay.
So he would ride with me to the south, through the river.
All
till
right.
I get to Third Road. And then
Yeah, it will be single trail.
Oh, all the
So it will
I
be
heard it's tiny.
tiny. So you are in for a treat.
Yeah, and I'm alone. I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Wow, that's brave, man.
Oh, thank you.
That is so brave. Unbelievable.
How long have you been on the road?
Almost 6 months now.
6 months?
Yeah.
Wow. But I go very slowly.
Yeah.
Very slowly at my convenience. Because if I rush it, I can't speak up.
Oh, we just slept in the bushes. We always can.
Really?
Yeah, we cycle until we are falling off the saddle, and then we just sleep. Then we just drop, you know. The little kind of seaweed dark, or then we go under these cashew nut trees.
Oh, really? Yeah. My patience like this day by day.
Day by day?
Day by day. That's my day. Yeah. So when I go to
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's very good.
Have a safe trip.
Man, so nice meeting you, and
Have a
well,
safe trip.
take a good rest. Yeah, it will be. Where do you sleep?
I sleep in hotels.
Okay.
I'm alone, I can't camp, so I don't have my camping stuff.
Yeah.
So it's hotel to hotel.
So you make quite some miles then every day.
No, not every day. I don't travel every day. I can't.
Yeah.
So
you need rest days, cleaning days.
Absolutely. I work and travel, so.
Yes. Nice.
All
Okay,
right.
man. All the very best.
Thank
yeah?
you.
All right.
All right. Have a safe trip.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I can't quite recall her name at the moment, but I've been following the adventures of that lady right there. She's in the manner of I'm sure you all know her, some big YouTuber called Ichi Boots that motorbikes around the world. So that's a Nigerian woman right there, motorbiking right across Africa from Kenya all the way to Nigeria. And she's doing that all by herself. So I cannot imagine any other woman outside of an Igbo woman that will have the audacity, the braveness of heart, the capacity, the never say die, daredevil spirit to take that on. I know no Yoruba woman would do it though, because they like the cushiness of comfort. And I know no Northerner would do it because they will not even be allowed to their culture. And I cannot imagine anybody outside of Nigeria being able. Only an Igbo woman could take that on, and that is the what's that word again? Indefatigable, the indomitable spirit of an Igbo woman. So very, very impressed with her. So that's that. So that's that. Let me play you the Kegat music. You know, I've never yet done 2 hours of just rabbiting on. Sorry about that. Not often I do that. I play the Kegite music and then we kick it off.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuko Nuru Agbeshe may just have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that. Joining us, Awodele Ishmael. So good to see you, Dele, right there. Let me mute you for a moment. So good to see you, Dele. Of course, the voice that you are accustomed to and you love so much. There's Baba right there. And equally a favorite voice, that's Zita right there. One for the ladies, Prince Daddy. One for the for the Sapele water. That's so I was only joking, Wopis. So that's Rob Wopis joined us. So that's the assemble so far. Link in the comment section. Still plenty of room in the studio. Anybody also hop on. So anybody also hop on. There wasn't that much in the news, so we're just pulling it together to pull it together. We kick it off, start it off with Awodele, who was first in. So Dele, bao ni kilo nshele, how far? Wagwan. On mute. Are you there?
Yeah, I did.
Bao ni kilo nshele. About in soon, eh? Ọjọ́ kó lọ́jọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ mi o. Ìwọ lọ́rùn ọkùnrin ń sùn ṣá. Ọmọ ọkọ mi sùn rí in life mi ṣá. Never ever sùn lórí. Báwo lè ṣe máa ń sùn náà?
Sùn bùkà ṣùgbọ́n. Like 3 days. 3 days kọ́ ni mo sọ̀rọ̀ pa second time Tinubu. Timoni.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it in English for the benefit of our tongue about Yoruba.
Okay. Like the last time I was talking about
your voice sounds uncannily like Jide. Maybe Baba will tell you later. There's a guy called Jide that comes from Lagos. Sorry, are you using an earpiece, by the way? The quality of the audio is not that great, but
No, I'm not using earpiece. Is it better now?
Yes, slightly. Carry on.
Okay. The last time I was talking about all this PDP governor that they will work for Tinubu. Like 3 to 4 of them now. They already given approval. It means the second time is still and dusted. See, dusted. All this noise that Atiku Obi were making, it will shock them. It will really shock them because right now, the second time is done. It's completely done. Let's see how it goes, Sha. But for anybody that know how to read Nigerian politics, you will see all the handwriting on the wall.
To be fair, I think that handwriting is being read by the opposition spaces as well. I think the way the politics is calibrated now, I think it is pretty, unless this insurgency that the North are throwing at the political space, this what they're doing now, unless it really hits an impact point, any and everybody can see that this guy is near unstoppable. I think it's pretty clear to all of them that they have no chance.
It is done. You see, most of those northern elite that they were making us is because their expectations were not met. That guy is a mafia when it comes to politics. It's a real mafia. In fact, the way things were being played now, the way the game were being played. Let everybody make noise as much as they can. They cannot unseat him. They cannot. He will do that second time. He has already done the groundwork now. Imagine the PDP governor. Imagine the way they were all coming around and endorsing him. Even the one that was
to be fair though, only one has come out to endorse him so far, but there are speculations.
What about data?
He has not come out now. Has he come out?
The spokesperson. The spokesperson has already approved it now. And he cannot be that that one is saying his own message. If it was his own message, he would have been so far immediately rebooted. What about the one that is on suspension? It's a party lesson now. That one no get party now. So that one too is even planning to come back to APC. I mean, Fubara.
Yes. Was he at APC before? What do you mean come back? Was he ever at APC?
No, it's already because PDP is not accommodating him. So it's partyless. So there's nothing he can do.
Now, wow. It's just that we'll see anyway, because 24 hours is a long time in politics. But as it sits now, the Tinubu seems unstoppable. But then politics changes fairly quickly.
He has already done the groundwork. Forget. You are dealing with a mafia. Forget all those PDP governor. Imagine the way they disown Atiku. And this had not even happened when I was saying it that they've already said it the last time I was talking. Imagine the way they disown Atiku. Atiku, as he is now, is a partyless candidate. It's a partyless. So if
you see, there doesn't seem to be any natural candidate in the PDP. Like you said, Atiku is a busted flush. You know, no matter we all know Atiku's fate because he's done it so many times. So he's dead, not physically but politically. But then if you look at the PDP, there's no natural presidential sort of a person within that party. When they are reaching to Sheyi Makinde,
who do you think is doing the groundwork? Why? Would you look at it from this angle? Is it possible for when Tinubu is there now, none of opposition party has been able to even manage their party? Talk less that they want to challenge the policy of the government. You think it's natural?
No,
guy is
no. Forget Tinubu for a moment. I think you're overpraising him somewhat. I think what's going on in the PDP is a result of the bad management skills of Atiku. You know, the way he mismanaged the G5 in 2023, he has still not made the corrections for that. He still thinks he can arrogant his way into things. You know, if Atiku was not in that party, they will still lose, but there'll be a more coherent space. You know, he continues to straddle that space. He's not letting them move forward, and he's not able to progress anything. He has no management skills, and it's just destroyed that party. That's just
and
yeah.
is using the same party member, to even scatter the party. Because apart from Wiki, there are a lot of opposition to Atiku. And look at it from this angle. In PDP today, apart from Atiku, who can even a little bit have the money this thing to push for Nigeria presidency apart from Atiku? Who amongst all of them?
They don't traditionally spend their own money. It's usually one of those oil-rich states, one of those South states that funds them. Usually
Okay.
River State, yeah.
Now, South, almost all the South, they are in support of Tinubu. Now, River is on suspension. So even at all, they are not going to use the money in River. They've already neutralized River. So how is PDP going to fight it? I gotta forget it. Whether you praise him, whether you decide not to praise him, that kind of very, very ruthless political mafia. Ruthless political mafia. It's only if one has seen all this why, in this modern democracy, who doesn't answer opposition? Just keep quiet and say, I think it doesn't even hear it.
Your audio is not really coming through. Okay, I'm not sure. You were a lot clearer the last time you were on.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. That is the only politician as a president who doesn't even answer opposition, because you just see them as noise maker.
No, well, he does answer them now. But Bayo Nonuga is always fighting them on Twitter.
That is Bayo Nonuga. You see, when Jonathan was there, Jonathan come once in a while to give response to opposition, most especially when
Buhari never did. Now it was either Cheugaba or
did it so
Femi Adesina.
No. Buhari did it so many times.
Buhari came out into the media. Buhari, throughout Buhari's tenure, he only spoke to the media 4 times.
Let me tell you when he came out. When Obasanjo wrote a letter, right, Buhari came out and directly answered Obasanjo.
I don't recall that, but
this popular phrase when he said, "Where is the light now?" After spending $9 billion on electricity, where is the light? That famous quote. Check YouTube. You will see. He directly came out. Whether Atiku, whether Peter Obi, whether Obasanjo, nobody has deserved, for as far as Tinubu is concerned, nobody has deserved his response. Just let everybody be. Continue talk as you want talk. Concern me. Whether you praise him, whether you decide not to praise him, the guy is There's a real talk, democratic talk. He has done the homework. He has laid the groundwork down. Imagine the party, the opposition who's supposed to be fighting to win this thing. The governor is recruiting the potential
No,
candidate.
it's not even that. It's more that there is no real standout opposition. If there was a standout opposition figure, then the narratives will rally around them. It's because there's no. You have still the same protagonist. You have Atiku Peter Obi. You don't even have Kwakwanso anymore. And then from Atiku Peter Obi, then you start to go to Showore and people. So there's nobody out there really that seems
Like Peter Obi. Peter Obi now too is partyless.
What do you mean? Did he leave the Labour? Did he leave the Labour Party?
He didn't leave, but he's not potentially active because the Labour now is into 3 factions. If he win one faction now, okay, how's it going to do with the other 2 factions? And when it comes to that issue, it means it will be subject to litigation. And when it's subject to litigation, it's definitely not even sure if you are going to be a standard bearer of the party. Because the court might say, okay, you are wrong. Your own faction is wrong. Definitely, your party doesn't have candidates. What are they going to do?
I'm not sure that if Obi remains in the Labour Party, whichever faction is the only viable person there now. So who else are they going to replace him with? Patu Tomi?
You don't understand. Okay, look at it from this angle. PDP now. If PDP did not resolve the issue of their who is secretary of the party or who is not secretary of the party, okay, so they put down a candidate, whether governorship level, whether local government level, whatever level, okay. So who is going to sign the form to the INEC?
Which form?
Their
PDP.
Yeah, in case of PDP.
I don't think that's a big issue now. When the moment comes, they'll sort that out. That's not anything.
That is what I'm saying. If you decide
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, were you hearing me before?
No, I wasn't hearing you before.
Okay, sorry, I tried to interject. Sorry, quickly, let me before I step out. That of I'm not a Labour Party candidate member anyway, but that of Labour Party this thing, I think that day when you were explaining it, I don't think there's a big issue. I think the Supreme Court said it has those local stand to hear the case. Does not mean the party is into 3 fractions. That's from what Ogbeni explained the other day. But again, for Tinubu own, I believe the North are waiting for the long ride instead of trying to contest this gentleman agreement on ground. The Atiku fraction and the L5 fraction is just individual thing. And I bet you at the end of the day, but you said, the full North will not participate because why would they waste that, disrupt the plan on ground when in the next 4 years, the presidency will come to them in the platter of gold? So Tinubu is a good politician. I'm not disputing that. By making me look like it's impossible, it's not really it because Tinubu doesn't really have any contender right now, and people don't really want to wait. They do not really want to stress themselves because 2031, the presidency will come to them in platter of gold. So praising him like he's a political talk or not that. No. Except he's just being stupid and allowed the presidency lives until 2007 because he has no really contender. With agreement on ground, he will move to 2027 again easily. That's how I see it, Mama. Thank you.
Without stress.
Yeah, but what piece is explained to you, Awodele, is that it's not true he is genius. The circumstances it's not true that Tinubu is especially clever, but the political landscape just serves into his hand. So it's not like it's some genius. It's not some
I'm not
genius.
saying he's a super politician, but what I'm saying you have to give it to him.
Give
This
what
guy
to him? No. You can't. Hold on. You can't say you have to give it to him. The circumstances served into his hands. If there was a strong opposition figure, then he will have. There is nothing in the landscape, and that's not because of everything he has done. So if the choice remains Atiku Peter Obi, then it serves into his hand. So it's not a genius move that there's no opposition in the. It didn't do anything for there not to be an opposition. It's just that there is no talent within the Nigerian political landscape at the moment. So it's not any clever thing that he has done.
You think so?
Well, clearly, what has he done for there not to be anybody viable?
No, it's not as if it's you will not see his handwork, but you will see the.
No. What do you mean you will not see his handwork? What has he done for there not to be anybody viable?
By scattering their program, by scattering their party, sponsoring so many anti-party people. Okay, look at the case of Labour Party now. They went to the courts. Supreme Court.
No. Let's not go through that. Let's not. I'm talking about the talents. What has he done for? Hold on. What has Tinubu done for there not to be any talented politician that can challenge him?
No. That one is not even in the course of Tinubu because.
Yeah, so that's what I'm. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. What's going to make? Hold on. Because I think you are attributing what might not be attributable to this guy. What makes it an easy going for Tinubu is because there are no political talents, and the people there, it will always play Atiku, it will always play people like Peter Obi, and because there is no standout talent, there's no talented politician out there. And that is the real that's the real thing that secures him. Not anything that he has done. Yeah.
I agree. I completely agree with that because both of them, they would rather lose than to work together. I agree. And even look at the situation in which Peter Obi is in now. If he would decide to go back to PDP, he will lose majority of his followers. Definitely, he will lose majority of his followers. And if Atiku decided, Atiku will never even step down to form a coalition. Say, okay, let's push Obi forward. You see, the problem with Nigerian politicians is they are all selfish, self-centered, only about themselves.
But that's the nature of the politicians, though. I don't think it's especially Nigerian. Donald Trump is an example. It's the nature of a politician. A politician necessarily has to be a narcissist.
Okay, now let me now remind you. In 2015, when APC comes together, you think by that time, Tinubu doesn't have ambition. But
yeah, he has the ambition now.
Everybody bury the ambition so that they sacrifice their own ambition so that for the common good, they can achieve the common good, which is rallying around somebody they know potentially can win. But those people, they are not political. They are not political heavyweights.
No. That was a different time and space, though. They rallied around Buhari because Buhari could win, because Buhari still had the mystique around him. But there is no figure that they can rally around in the opposition space that can win now. If they rally around,
that is exactly what I said now. That they are all selfish. Individual ambition.
No. Forget this. No. I'm not talking about the selfishness. I'm talking about the personalities. In 2015, Buhari came in under the banner of a Spartan man, a disciplinarian, a non-corruptible man, all of those things. So he had star qualities then, which a lot of people could rally around. But there is nobody now. There's nobody that anybody can drop their ambition to now that can win. If they all drop their ambition for Atiku, he would lose. If they drop their ambition for Peter Obi, he would lose. If they drop their ambition for Kwakwanso, he would lose. So there is no talented, there is nobody that inspires hope or confidence or generates anything. So it's a different dynamic. So if there was an outstanding personality, everybody would drop their ambition.
That is true. But it must still remain that.
I just don't want you to get carried away that Tinubu is some
No.
super
I'm not in any way.
magic man or something.
I'm not in any way attributing Superman this thing to him. But what I'm saying in essence is all these things has already well planned and thought of. Okay, in a very, very long time before embarking on all this reform. I've never seen in my entire life where governor in opposition are giving a live confirmation even before the time for politics starts. They are giving a live confirmation to an opposition that yes, this is who they are working for. This has never happened, honestly. It has never happened. And the way Nigerian
and why do you think it's happening? Why?
Because one, this guy has one way or the other has made sure to get into their head and buy them completely, whether in terms of look at the money that is coming into their hand now. Look at the money that is coming into their hand. He has hooked them one way or the other, if not in terms of money, then it will be in terms of what you have done in the past in this skeleton that it can work against you. This has never happened in the whole period of Nigerian politics and government. It has never happened.
All right. I'm not sure it's anything to do with Tinubu though. It's about anyway. For me, it's about expediency. It's expedient for them to take that position. Their party is nearly collapsed. There is no personality in the party. The party even barely exists. So it's just the expediency of it rather than it's not anything to do with Tinubu. It's just the political landscape the way it is.
Yeah, as much as I want to believe that, then I also know for the fact, okay, this has never even happened.
Yeah, no, you said that, but it's the expediency that leads that, not anything to do with Tinubu.
Okay, let's keep our finger crossed and continue watching how things is going on, how things manifest, because you still see a lot of unusual politics coming into play in this remaining 2 years. You will see.
You know the politics that will make Tinubu win.
As far as I know, okay, you can never be in a party that give you the platform and still be talking in affirmative that you are not working for that party. And
I think you're getting a little bit carried away with that. We saw it in 20. 2023 as well. So it's not
With
a
who?
new dynamic.
With who?
We saw it with Wike. We saw it with
No,
Makinde.
no, 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 no,
We
no,
saw it with
no,
Tom.
no, no. See, the scenario, you see in 20, which year was 2023? Okay, has nothing to do. In fact, in terms of comparison, it doesn't even match. It was after their convention, and things were not. We
know all that build up, but
so which build up are you going to?
Hold on. You are saying we've never seen in the history of oppositions working against their own party and endorsing an opposition party
Before their convention, before anything, without clashing their members.
Either before or after. You are talking about extenuating circumstances. So if you're saying that those were the extenuating circumstances then what I'm saying to you is that the extenuating circumstances now is that the PDP is directionless, and these people now, for reasons of expediency, it serves their career more because there's no viability within their party. You know, if there was viability within their party, then they will fight for it now. But there's no viability, so that's the expediency there. Ditto the convention, so it's not anything new. It's almost what we saw in 2020.
It's just a normal thing.
It's just a normal thing.
And as in, it's a normal thing as you are putting it now. There's nothing special. There's nothing.
It's not anything unusual. We saw it in 2023 when 5 governors worked against their party. Whatever circumstances led them there, they worked against their party. And we're seeing it in this instance as well. Some governors are coming out to say they are going to work against their party. So it's not a new space.
Okay. Let's see. Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching. Because as far as I can remember, I know that the circumstances, the build-up in that 2023 is the same thing as the build-up in during the time of Jonathan, 2015, when Atiku led some political heavyweights out of the party. Okay? But prior to all this convention, prior to all this, none of the governor had ever, for no reason, had ever come out publicly.
I think you're getting a bit too fixated on that. It's not as big a deal as you're trying to make.
Because as far as I'm concerned, because I'm an observer of this Nigerian politics, well.
But we saw it in 2023. We saw 5 governors come out against their party in 2023.
That is exactly what I'm saying. This happened also in 2015. Okay, but this has to do with build up and the way things went wrong with the convention that led to these people working out on their party.
Yeah, okay? But what I'm saying to you is that things are wrong. It's not the same thing. It's still the same thing.
Going on now.
No,
it is not still what is going on now.
It is what I'm saying to you. So the circumstances now that if PDP was strong, if it was a coherent, well-organized party with a strong candidate, would they come out against Tinubu?
Okay, now let me ask you.
Answer that question. If PDP was well-organized, a coherent party with a viable candidate for the presidency, would those governors come out in favor of Tinubu?
Okay, they will not come out. But
yeah, so those are the circumstances. That's what I'm saying.
Who do you think is not even making the party to be viable in the first instance?
Is Atiku now?
No, Atiku has nothing to do. Let me tell you, go and study the way Nigerian politics has been placed since 1999. It is the governor of the party that make the party strong. because they are the deep pockets that finance the party. Okay, when Atiku left 2015, who was the financial governor of PDP throughout that period before Atiku now came back in 2023 and hijacked the party ticket? It is the governor. It is Wike. It is Wike. It is the governor that spent money that made the party viable, and they are the ones that make it strong. And with the kind of money,
it wasn't the governor, so it was Wike, and Wike was holding that party together in order to pursue its own personal ambition, similar to
that is exactly what we are saying. You now come back to what I'm saying, that it is the governor that have the deep pockets to finance the party, whether the party will be strong.
I'm not sure. I think we are talking across purposes here, but land it and then let's move to another.
Okay.
But all this is Tinubu is a genius. I don't buy that.
No. It's not a matter of Tinubu is a genius. But what I'm saying now is he has created so many damages in opposition, so as not to be.
How has he done that?
By sponsoring each other against each other.
No. The damage in the PDP is a carryover from the damage in 2023.
2023.
Yes. And that damage is a consequence of Atiku not managing Wike very well, and that is still what is still hemorrhaging that party till today. So it's nothing Tinubu did. It's still that damage from 2023 that is still hemorrhaging that party till today.
Let me ask you something. If it happen now that Atiku forgone his presidential ambition.
Yes.
Do you still think PDP will still be able to even present somebody that will be able to
It's too late now. It's too late now. They've left it too long. It's too late. As soon as that election finished in 2023, they should have started to clean house immediately. And even I'm not even sure. Do you know who the chairman of PDP is? Nobody knows. It's a party without a structure. It's a party without a structure. Is it Damagum still or whatever? Nobody knows. The party is a rudderless party, and it's that damage from 2023 that is still carrying through. So it's not anything that Tinubu did. It's Atiku mismanaging that party.
As far as that Damago is even concerned, do you know that it's even a candidate of Wiki?
Yeah, I know now. They're still fighting for the control of that party. If Wiki wants to control the structure, Atiku wants to control the structure, Saraki wants to control the structure. So why would the governors not just abandon it and say Tinubu carry on? So it's nothing to do with that Tinubu doing anything. It's actually Atiku mismanaging that party.
Okay.
In my opinion, I may be wrong, of course.
I agree with you, but I'm still seeing Tinubu's hand, because if not, okay, he's using Wiki very much so to destroy that party, because he knows that Wiki is just a tool that can.
Sorry, I don't know. Good morning, woman.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, sorry. At what point did Wiki started being the tool in the hands of Tinubu?
As at the point he appointed him as minister, he see that potential in him, because after he lost out,
the potential, he was already working against the party before Tinubu won the election. So what potential did he see?
Yeah, and you still don't agree with me that there have been a political arrangement after that 2023 when he lost out, and decided to work with Tinubu with his 5 governor in his camp. You still don't see that handwriting on the wall?
No, I don't see any handwriting. Anyway, maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Okay. Because me, I'm seeing the handwriting. Immediately he lost out. Because even from what he himself said, they have to go into, okay, who is the potential candidate that can win? Because the biggest political mistake we can do is to work for a candidate that will not win. And that will also...
The reason why I ask you at what point was this? After their after their primaries in PDP that time, even Wike lost. And what Wike was fighting for in the first place, before he even contested, was to zone the chairmanship of that party to the south, to the north, so that a southern candidate can emerge, because not as at least taking their own 8 years. But when that one did not work out, and Atiku wanted to contest, he also contested, try his luck. But when he lost, he was even waiting for Atiku to make him the vice president. If all those ones had worked out, do you think he will be saying that
No. Then Atiku would have
there was an arrangement with...
Now, first of all, Atiku will have been able to manage the crisis.
The circumstances of now is different from the circumstances of between 2013 and 2015.
Okay.
Because even as at 2015, when the governors were fighting, when they were fighting within the PDP.
Sorry.
They were not supporting.
Sorry, Simba. Awodele, if you can make some adjustments to your audio, it's quite wavy. It's quite very, very wavy.
Okay, is it better?
Not significantly. It's just I don't know, but carry on.
Okay.
One more kilo seller.
Ogweni Alpha, you are late for class. Did you bring a note for being late for class?
I have a note here, so
yes. The dog ate your homework, Avi. Look at this guy.
Hello.
Salam alaikum. All right. Carry on, Simba.
Carry on.
So what I was saying is that, because as at 20, when the disgruntled governors that time in PDP were fighting, they didn't have any candidate in mind as at 2013, even when that when they were doing their new PDP whatever and they were not coming out, as you said, to say, okay, this is a candidate that. So that's the difference, that maybe the two of you are arguing upon, that the circumstances are different. The circumstances for them supporting Tinubu now is different from the circumstances of that 2013.
But what I'm saying, you see, right from the time of Obasanjo, okay, majorly the governors in PDP has always, because in fact, from the inception of this republic, the governor have always been the sole financier of the party in their states. That is why all this party supremacy doesn't reign as much as it's supposed to, compared to last republic. Okay, so if we are now saying that the circumstances has changed because the PDP is not formidable, and me, I'm saying, despite the allocation, despite the money in their control now, okay, whose fault is that?
You know, PDP has never been in this kind of situation. Even their situation now is even worse than that of 2023. Because even if you look at it, how many governors did they have pre-2023 election, and how many governors did they even have now present? I think they have only 12.
They have 12. Is it 12 or 11?
No, 12. They have only 12. So what is their situation is more dicey now. But to me, what I want to say generally is that it's too early, as far as I'm concerned, to actually say, okay, this is what is going to happen in 2027. A lot of things we see, political changes, a lot of manipulation will still take place, and let's wait and see. So it's too. I'm still looking at it that you cannot say this is how everything will go. It's too early.
All right. Bring it home, Awodele, and then we'll move on to Baba, just to manage the time.
I agree with you. If there's still time, 24 hours is too long in life of Nigerian politics.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Awodele. There's too much background. Yeah, that's better. There's too much background rattling about there. So thank you, Awodele. Stay with us. We go on from you to Baba. Hopefully Baba is ready for us now. Baba, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, one man.
Salam alaikum.
Yoruba will say Yegede. Holiday is finished, Abi.
Oh, look at that. You know.
I salute you, co-panelists. I formally welcome you and the commentariat. My favorite people are there, but before I come to them, let me acknowledge Neomoha, Sise, Madra Burishuku. I salute you all. Don't hesitate to show up every day to wake us up to your own side of the politics. I salute Oga Loga, and Ayo of the platform. That's the joy of the platform. I salute you. AB, Alaji, Adano, and all the rest. I salute you. And those I can readily remember or recall now. Equally, our viewers, you're welcome. I know you've been around and listening attentively with rapt attention. And while at it, have you clicked the like button? That's the first thing you do when you come. And while at it, don't forget to share and also subscribe if you've not done so. And those that are just listeners with grudge, please repent. I beg of you. Let me quickly go to one thing that is aching the political space, both real politicians and those that are just doing politics for fun. One thing this president has done, which other presidents have not succeeded in doing, and which had been their bane, a kind of fish bone in their throats, is having this coordination, this harmony with the legislative arm of government. It's really paining them, seriously. Because from their complaints, I come to now discover that, okay, this is where their bad belly is. And I realize also that the National Assembly has been an instrument these people use easily to destabilize Baba OBJ's government. I don't know much about Yaradua because it's gone back in memory. Same thing they used. Baba OBJ ended up using about 7 Senate presidents or 6. Same thing they did to Jonathan. And same thing they did even to Buhari until he managed to listen to good counsel and brought in Lawan during his second term. But Tinubu from day one really cornered the National Assembly. And that is really aching them. Because it's the easiest way to penetrate the executive and disrupt them. And that's why they hate the president of the Senate, Akpabio. I pity him. I pity him. With his deputy and the chairman of the House of Representatives. And that's a master stroke. Because if everybody will wake up, it's Akpabio. I watched Pastor Tunde Bakare yesterday. He gave it. It was the opening salvo. And that took about 20, because his whole address was 1 hour, 15 minutes. And he spent 20 of it lashing out at Akpabio. It was incredible. There I knew that, okay, Akpabio is a problem. If they had a man in that position they can manipulate and use as a tool, like they use Saraki and all the rest, they've used over the years, it would have been easy. But Tinubu beat them to that. Now, what we've been seeing on this platform for some time is exactly what is unraveling. The Waziri of Adamawa is promising Obi, and I think he may sign that agreement with his blood, literally with his blood to Obi, because it's unbelievable. So that is why, to convince Obi, he has to sign it with his blood.
Is it the one-time something?
Exactly, that's it. That is what they are putting out. But for me, even to believe, if Atiku likes, let him sign, cut his vein, now take it literally, and sign that agreement, I will not believe him. And I'm watching with keen interest and see if Obi will bite that bait. It's tempting, very tempting. But I know these northern political leaders or political practitioners, they are liars, they are deceitful, they can swear with the Quran, and the next day they'll be doing a different thing. For me, that idea is dead on arrival, because in as much as it looks very fine and workable, but I know if they even won in 2027, they will find an excuse to extend their presidency for a second term. And that will finish off Peter Obi.
So that would be with Peter Obi as deputy, would it?
Yes. And if peradventure, let me just finish. Let me flow and finish. If peradventure, Obi bought into it and they lost, that is the end of Atiku's political career and that of Obi. And the beauty of that is that it will give an Asiwaju the impetus to even give power to whomever he so pleases, whether North Central, South, Southeast, come 2031. Because they must, if they lost in 2027, if Atiku really contest in 2027, they've disrupted that unwritten agreement. 8 to the south, 8 to the north. So Tinubu has impetus to say, you people, you didn't follow it. So and anybody can contest and anybody can win. You've left it open. It's going to be a contentious issue.
I see no reason why Tinubu cannot hand over to Fashola in 2031.
No, if Atiku runs, if that ticket they are proposing and Obi happens to be his deputy, you understand, and they lost, a Yoruba man can take over. I don't care. A South man can take over. I don't care, because they've disrupted the political flow.
Or even Wike is more presidential than Fashola. Maybe Wike, yeah. Sorry, carry on.
So look, it's a beauty, but I want to see, because a big political shot in the Southeast once told me a few months ago, he said, look, the obedience will be available to the highest bidder in 2027. We argued. I saw his point, and I see it plain. Even if they are not there for the take, for the splits, the obedience will go asunder in 2027. Though the preponderance of them so far from the southeast, which they are anyway, they want to cut their nose to spite their face by supporting that kind of ticket, Obi, Atiku ticket, one term for Atiku, and Obi can take over. I'm still chuckling that, is that it? And you don't think the consequence of your failure, what it will mean. Because they just have to think. The best thing Obi can do is to run on his own steam alone. If he joins Atiku, that is finished politically. It's finished politically.
If it comes in, sorry, Baba.
Yeah,
if it
go
comes
ahead,
in,
please. Go ahead.
If it comes in as Atiku's vice, then it will become a laughing stock. I mean, God. If you know, is that not what they mean by going back to your own vomit?
Politicians don't care. It is you that talk about that. They will lick it with relish, that vomit. That's what politicians do, of all shades, whether Yoruba, Igbo, South, anything. That's what they do. They are not the people of integrity. But the thing is, that kind of ticket is though viable, yes, but then it's not going to be under the banner of PDP. Because the Kaura campaign poster for Bala Mohammed is being pasted all over the place. Bala wants to contest. He wants to contest with Obi. He is even ready to be the VP to Obi. That's another ticket, which I think is better. If Obi can take that ticket, is better than the one of Atiku, for which he will be the VP. But with the Bala ticket, he will be heading that ticket. Even though he doesn't stand a chance, but at least they can give Ashwaju a good run for their money. But I remember things I hear growing up in Yoruba household. Efuni, Abiedi. You understand? Because I don't get what is going on. Because this is a kind of 2023 Pro Max playing out again. This is even worse than 2023. And one man is the catalyst of all of this, which is Atiku. Why he cannot subsume his own ambition? Anyway, what does he know? He doesn't know how to groom people. These people take control. In 1999, when he contested, he was asked to step down. Yaradua gave him instruction to step down in 1992. Yaradua gave him instruction to step down, to make it to create an easy path for MKO. So it's always been like that. He cannot create something, yet he wants to be president. So SDP is the party where he will go. That's where he's going to end up. Atiku will end up in SDP. So Obi, the beautiful bride, will either team up with him or team up with Bala Mohammed. And the rest of the PDP will know how to manage themselves. What the remnant of whatever Wiki has to do with that one, who knows? So it's very interesting. Is the silly season come early? Maybe the climate, what do you call it now, is affecting our own political atmosphere. That's why the silly season is starting so early, almost 20 months ahead, and about 14 months ahead of schedule. It makes it very, very interesting. So if Efunia be a Dini, and that is the same thing that is troublesome listening to GBADEBO talking about not making Yoruba the lingua franca of Lagos State. Urugbalenwe. If he wants to even be recognized as a viable candidate, there's no problem to that. He should go learn Yoruba language. If he's not interested in politics, well, he shouldn't bother. It doesn't matter. He comes from a family, a reputable family, a distinguished family, and the son of their family, it's a jurist, eminent jurist. So fine. But if he is in politics, Lagos politics particularly, as a Yoruba man, he should go learn the language. That is the language of the people. If he thinks he can ride on the back of the non-Yorubas in Lagos, he's fooling himself.
Ekalesa.
Hey, BT, Baba mi mo ki o.
I have a quick question for you, sir.
Go ahead, John.
For you to get that kind of title, you must be Ogboni now. That's what I'm saying. Like I can't confirm that they will do that. So for you to get that title, that means you are part of the. You know what I mean? So when
hear me now, that's why I'm saying Shole Daru, because if you're an Ogboni man and you are going to carry that kind of I have been seeing him wearing white and wearing bead. I've always been suspecting that, okay, he's been doing this for over 1 year plus. So what
but
is
the
going
man
on
said
here?
he doesn't think in Yoruba. That's what he said. So that because he went to MIT. So I don't know what he's now doing with the. He referred to the Yoruba tradition, the Oros, to be specific as diabolic and fetish. All of a sudden, he's now part of the Orisha, whatever that he's doing. So what changed?
Even, you know, BT, I've been thinking while I'm seeing him with this bead and this white thing, I know what is happening. I thought side by side, he will be learning the language. He'll be learning the language so that he can start using the language to communicate. Yeah, so you see, the political space, they are just deceiving him and collecting whatever largesse himself is receiving from the obedient space. So they are deceiving him. First, before I can even recognize him as a politician standing in Lagos, aspiring to the highest office in Lagos, you must speak a Yoruba language. He has to go do that.
Sir, do you think he has to be interviewed again and he needs to address those issues, right? He needs to come out clean and maybe apologize, or he needs to find a way to address. There's no
to do that, BT, he has to talk to me, speak Yoruba language.
Hey, you know, yeah, exactly. You are
Binu, ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, ẹ̀yin ìyá mi, ẹ̀yin àbúrò mi, ẹ̀yin ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, ẹ̀yin tó nílẹ̀. You have to speak that language to me and use it to coax me.
In my heart, because if you say Lagos is not Yoruba,
then he is a non-starter, BT.
Then that's what I'm saying. Like, if you say, okay, Lagos is not Yoruba, and referring to Lagos as a Yoruba state is bigotry, then you need to address that. You need to come out and explain to us what the hell that means, and when you change your mind.
I agree with you. And not just coming to apologize. He has to apologize in Yoruba language. Oozing from his mouth. You understand what I'm trying to say, BT? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
He has to do that speaking Yoruba language to me. I don't know why his teachers, his tutors, his mentors are not telling him that the key here for we to even listen to you, for we to look your way, you have to speak the language of Ilekaro Jirebi.
Maybe you should go on the program called Mason Igbo. Do you know that program on YouTube? You should go on
I've
that
not
channel.
watched it, but I used to see it. I usually see it.
Yeah, you need to go on that show. If you can pass, then we'll consider. We will consider it. Yeah.
So that is it. That is a challenge he has to. That is the challenge. If he cannot pick up the gauntlet.
But it's a little bit too late for him now to be learning Yoruba now. He's well in his 40s.
It's never too late to learn.
I've seen an Ijaw woman married to a senior naval officer, and within 6 months, she was going to the market and speaking the language. See, Lagos is very easy. It depends on your friends.
Quick question, Baba.
Yes, sir.
So when has it become a requirement you must speak Yoruba before you can rule Lagos? Is that a law, or what? Why are you saying that?
Lagos is Yoruba land.
Yes, but Yoruba is not the language of instruction in Lagos, right?
It is.
No.
At the National Assembly, there is a legislation coming up that it will be when you stand up to speak, to address the assembly, you either speak in English or you speak in Yoruba language. They will be both accepted.
At the Lagos Assembly?
Yes, correct.
But as it starts today, Lagos is not, the language of instruction is English, not Yoruba.
No, even you are not following, you are not paying attention. Even in the schools now,
you are not answering that question right.
Exactly. You are.
Okay,
Baba,
what's your question again?
You are not answering
the
question
as
right.
we speak today, what is the language of instruction?
No,
Negro
he
language
said
of instruction in
when
Yoruba in
has
Lagos.
it become
Thursday is Yoruba.
Language has become part of reason why somebody will win an election. I think that's what he's asking.
No. I mean, I say.
So he's saying the legal requirement.
Hold on. In Nigeria, the language of instruction in Nigeria recognized is English language. What is the language of instruction of Lagos State? Is Yoruba part of it? Is it legal? That's my question to you.
I said yes repeatedly.
So when did they make it legal that Lagos you must speak Yoruba? Yoruba is a language of instruction.
No. Can I answer?
Sorry, I think they passed it a year or two ago. That
exactly for schools.
In fact, even in the assembly, every Fridays, assembly matters. Is it Thursdays? Assembly matters will be conducted in Yoruba. That's. Yeah.
Can I answer that question outside of the legal aspect of it?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, let me answer him. When it comes to politics, money, people, and motivation, these things come first before your messaging. You have the money, you have the people, you have the message. For you to have the people, there must be a communication. So when you go to Lagos and you are contesting for the governor of Lagos State, you have to get to the root. That's the grassroots. You cannot go to the market to campaign and get an interpreter. It's not done. It's not that somebody says your requirement must be that you have to speak Yoruba. That's aside. It's not necessary. But if you are technically forced to speak that language to get those people, because there is a way, language is a kind of companion. A year ago, I made this comment here when that guy was contesting. I gave you people an example of Florida. Randy Santos went to Miami-Dade. It's Spanish, 98% Spanish people. He went there to campaign. When he opened his mouth and started speaking Spanish, Spanish is not a lingua franca in the United States. The crowd went wide. For the first time, a Republican won Miami-Dade. Go and ask. He won that election in double digits because Miami-Dade has the highest vote. So what am I saying in essence? Don't ask whether it's a requirement or it's not a requirement, but you need the people. For you to get to the people, you must speak the language they will understand. And if you lack that language, you're not gonna get them. It's not a psychedelic something. Forget about it. I rest my case.
Yeah, to buttress that point, Zita, do you know why Zik gained prominence in the Southwest and other Igbo politicians? They speak better Yoruba, they spoke rather better Yoruba than even myself. Zik, Ojuku, Atonzeribe, just name them.
Obiese Kwesili. She speaks Yoruba excellently.
What do you think before? What do you think before?
I was surprised when I heard her speaking Yoruba. I was shocked even.
And all of them speak very, very good Yoruba language.
So if they run for, it's like, Nigerian law says if you move anywhere within 1 year, you can run for office anywhere. I'm not going to move to Sokoto and say, because, hey, guys, I've been here for 1 year. I'm going to run for office.
And they don't speak in English to Renshi.
Yeah, if you don't vote for me, you're big. No.
Remember Deborah Samuel. Don't go to.
No, but to the point, beyond what is on paper, culture plays a major role. People have to understand their leader. If you're a governor and you go to the market and you require an interpreter to interpret for you as a governor, I don't want you there.
You go to Babalusha market, or you go to Mushi market, then you are speaking Uimbo, or you go to Ebuteru.
Baba, if you remember that time that you referred to just now, you remember that Zik used to win in Lagos. I think he was representing Aduremi.
You almost become a premier.
And then there's another Igbo guy that time.
You should watch old clips of Ojuku speaking Yoruba. The guy speaks he speaks Oyo
I say a lot of them
Yoruba
fluently.
All of them.
What are you saying?
Emmanuel, there's another guy that time, Emmanuel Ebu DK or something like that, also won in
Ebube DK.
Ebube DK, yes. So a lot of them used to win in the Southwest that time.
Yes, especially good Lagos. Language, command of it, and the Yorubas always
I can't hear why he's just being sarcastic with his question. How can you?
No, I'm not. Hold on.
In your own state, somebody that claims to be your indigene want to be your governor and it cannot doesn't understand your culture, doesn't understand anything about your state. Is that the question you're asking? Is that the kind of question that you'll be asking?
Hold on.
What do you mean by and then? Don't you know that politics is local?
Listen. So if politics is local, so that is not really your business. Let's say, for example, if a pure Yoruba speaking person is contesting with somebody that does not understand Yoruba, then it should be advantage to him, right? So if people are gonna vote for him because he speaks Yoruba,
nobody is stopping him from contesting.
Hold on, let me say something. Hold on. You guys gotta be open for a little bit of vetting. There are countries, for example, country like Canada, right? Because English and French is the language of instruction. It is compulsory before you can be Prime Minister of Canada. You must be able to speak both language fluently. In the case of Nigeria, they could have put it in constitution. Listen, if you cannot speak Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, you can't be president of Nigeria. They can do that, but we don't have that, right? So the language of instruction in Nigeria, I know, the word no, is English language. I don't really know of a state that make it compulsory. Part of the language of instruction must be the local language. So that's why I was asking. So I needed clarification.
It's even more.
Let me finish this. If the law in Lagos, they have the law that says you must be able to speak Yoruba to become the governor before you can hold any position in Lagos, then so shall it be. But if we don't have law that support that, let who want to contest. Some children are Yoruba.
You can contest. Nobody is going. You are missing the point. You can contest. Nobody's buying you from contesting, even if you don't speak Yoruba. The issue is that beyond not being able to speak Yoruba fluently, it was even denigrating the culture. Tradition. It's even beyond not speaking fluently. It's action towards, is hostility towards the culture that it claims is one or is part of.
Yeah, I understand that politics too. I understand that part of it, right? So I usually say this, like, if you want to govern people, you got to understand the culture, how the people, how you can. You can.
Although having said that, the middle class Lagosians, especially the Yorubas, they don't speak Yoruba.
But they will not go around denigrating the culture if they run for office, one man.
Yeah, they won't denigrate the culture.
That's the issue right there. That's the issue right there.
I've experienced them before. I speak to them in Yoruba. They reply me in English.
Where did you get that one that you just said? That
it's a concern, everybody's talking about it now. They don't speak Yoruba. The middle class 20, 30-year-olds, they don't speak Yoruba.
Yeah, I used to grow up with
somebody I know. Putting him as a middle class person.
Can you put a number to it? Would you say 50% of middle class or 40%? Or are you saying 85 to 90%?
No, I wouldn't go 85 to 90. Maybe 30, 35, probably thereabout.
The only place I really know the language is very strong. If you don't speak it, you got to run into trouble. It's in the north, especially the corn north. Like, if you don't, because majority of people don't even understand English.
The same appears to the east and everywhere else. Let's not. I don't think if I was half Igbo and I go to Abia to run for office and I can barely speak the language and I say my DOI is fetish and diabolic, they will vote for me.
When you get to the market, you say, hi, mama, hi, papa. How you doing?
Imagine me going to Abia and say, "Oh, I am half Igbo from Abia State."
I don't think, BT, I don't think you being able to speak Igbo in the East will be enough. If your dialect is not even local enough, they'll just
woman. There's nowhere in Igbo land that somebody that can even speak Igbo fluently that is having status of this man, CHINEDU. It can never be local government chairman in any state in Igbo land. That aside from the fact that he cannot speak Yoruba language, did you notice the day he went to Obatala, right in the midst of his handlers, he stood like a staff. Not even
it's
bow.
Not just his handlers.
Let alone
his uncle was there.
Somebody.
His father's younger brother.
And wait a minute. And when in the interview, he said he does not think arrogantly. He said he does not think in Yoruba.
Imagine.
Yes. So now that guy will have become a tyrant. And apart from the fact that this is somebody that did not have any experience, and you want to hand over the biggest
state in Nigeria to a novice. Oh my God! The only thing is, one, while he made that giant to scores in the 2023 elections is the typical way of the voting patterns of Igbos in when it's come to elections, and that is where Yoruba are very, very lacking. Yoruba is
I don't. Sorry, we're bouncing back from you. If you are listening to us on a different device, then please mute it.
Can you mute me for a second? I can hear myself. Woman, can you mute me for a second?
Am I bouncing?
Yeah, you are bouncing. We can hear ourselves echoing back.
So there's no.
Okay,
I think it's this car.
Maybe
yes.
Maybe I should assist then.
Are you? Hold on. Let me mute you for a moment.
Okay.
I think you have YouTube opened in one tab, and then you are in the studio in a different tab, so it's bouncing off each other. That's what's going on. So maybe mute something. All right. All right. Let me play you this clip.
There has been that robust response from even the Yoruba social cultural group of Afenifere, saying that you are a true Lagosian, and like you have said, your family dates back, 5 generations. But do you speak Yoruba? What do you say about the people that say you don't speak fluent
I don't speak Yoruba, but my intonation is something that makes me laugh at you.
Okay.
But I understand Yoruba very well.
I understand Yoruba as well.
I understand Yoruba very well, but speaking Yoruba,
Yoruba.
Not really. Okay, right? Not really. But also, it didn't help that I school level for so long.
Yeah.
But I'm learning, I want to go and bring you first speech in Yoruba. Maybe it's with my inauguration day.
Where are you learning your Yoruba?
My teacher.
Oh, you have a teacher. Do you think it's necessary?
It's extremely important.
Unbelievable stuff. He's
Okay.
learning Yoruba from his teacher. He went to school abroad. Can you imagine that?
You don't need anybody to teach you. If you speak with the people, hang out with them for long, go to the hood, go to the areas where you can learn. Forget it having some tutor somewhere. You learn from interacting with people on a daily basis.
You can pick it up within 6-9 months if he really wants to do it. All he has to do is really, like BT, you said, to just go into the Yoruba.
Yeah, but what
heartland.
about the intonation, though? Would he have the intonation?
Yeah, any problem? That's not
the problem. But if you just have to flow with it, and at times even that accent could help him too. If he doesn't have it, the Yorubas are very forgiving, and I feel also in Bund. They will laugh, but they will accept. Exactly.
But and you need to address the culture. One man, he also had to address what he said about your this fetish. He needs to address that.
Because yes, he called your fetish, didn't he?
You need to address that.
So, and that is what we also do in Lagos. When it comes to those traditions, we don't play with it, particularly the Adamu Risha. Yes, GBADEBO is make you go rest, I beg. I don't know who deceived him and say he wants to make him an Ogboni chief.
I mean, is it like what he vote you want to or is it still there? I heard more man reading the story about the Oba coming out to say it wasn't the legitimate.
I don't think it's authoritative. Somebody somewhere is just playing rascality with him.
So
because with that look, beginning, there is no English language format. When you want to enter a lady or the worship house, Onile Mukago. They answer you, Ago Yao. We enter, see, they want to chorus a song. Omeriwo, and let's forget. There is a pattern of worship. It's not done in English. It's done in Yoruba language, not even this normal one I'm speaking. The Aro language applied in these things are different. Like, for instance, when they want to say, whose son are you? They say, Omo Lesinye. Emi Omo Lagbaja, Omo Lagbaja, Omo Tamedu. You see, it's that's, you go Aro. So, but I don't know. Let me just shut my mouth. But it's just somebody is playing with him. These are serious matter. These are serious matter. This is not a. If you go to churches, Anglican churches on the island, you will see there this pew is donated by Lodge so and so. We don't hide it. In Yoruba land, particularly Egba, Ijebu, Lagos, it's not a hidden thing. It's not hidden. So whoever is deceiving him, because I've been seeing, when I start seeing wearing white, the bead, and this thing, I just know, I thought it's a serious thing. Maybe he is really trying to blend and thing, but coming out now with
Is it wearing it to resonate like your space or the Ogboni space? Why is he wearing those beads? That white especially. You know, he's been wearing this white something.
One man differ.
Exactly.
Like
yeah.
I don't wear black for that reason. Everything I wear has to be bright colors, not white necessarily.
I think you told us that once. So you are forbidding some food as well.
Yeah, some food. So maybe I wear Oba color. Once it different, what to be wearing all the time.
Also, his beddings, everything will be like that.
Yeah.
So it's very unfortunate. He's not ready to start yet. When he's ready to start.
But the curious thing is, 2027 opens up for him because he's the only recognizable name that will be on that ballot.
You mean for LP?
No, for the landscape. Whoever APC presents is going to be a new name that has to introduce himself. Whoever Jando has already left the PDP.
Stop.
Oman, can I ask
Oman, stop. BT, stop. Let me just say this, BT.
Yeah.
In terms of name recognition,
interpret this one for them, because I don't know how to. Tabajua bebe soke ni gba. Ibi pelebe. Lumafilele. You can help me there because my English is not Shakespearean.
One man doesn't know what Abebe means now.
No, one man is British Yoruba. He speaks.
Look at this guy. Yeah, look at this guy. I understand fully. If you throw a feather up, it will land on his.
Not feather. Abebe is not feather.
Well, that's the closest metaphor. Now, kilo Yoruba Abebe.
Wow, one man.
We call it fan. Hand fan.
All right.
Native hand fan. See, if I say money, one man, wait now. If I say money, that is too easy. I can put my neck on the shopping block. If GBADEBO gets 20% of Lagos State votes, cut my neck.
But Baba, he will have the biggest name recognition in that election.
One man. This is not. Look. That nonsense they did. They've empowered the spirit.
Because he has not stopped campaigning since 2023.
You are charging me. Look, the last election, that aberration, they rub our noses in the dust. by repeating it. Tinubu lost Lagos. Tinubu lost Lagos. They forgot that 14 days thereafter, when Tinubu lost Lagos with just 10,000 votes, Sanwo-Olu beat combined GBADEBO and the other PDP guy. Sanwo-Olu beat them, Jandor beat them 6 times over. 2 weeks later. That is Lagos politics. That is Yoruba standing. That will repeat itself in the form of Pro-Max in 2027.
Sorry, Baba, let
There's
me ask
no
you.
context.
Sorry for taking you back. That cloth that is wearing, that white cloth, I think that was the governor in southwestern state also that used to wear that white before. Now. Do you know?
Do you mean white?
Yes.
It's common in Yoruba land now.
No, that was the governor. Just the governor was even during this republic that used to wear it like that.
Aregbesola.
Aregbesola. But nobody tagged Aregbesola as being an Ogboni or something like that now.
But the way he presents it
he's
now,
not coming out to say it, but I know, he knows, any typical person will know that something is up somewhere for somebody to be wearing white every day.
That was my question to being now. That's my question. Okay? So if it's that knee deep in the culture.
Sorry, BT. I would you know why I'm muting you? There's a lot of background noise from you, so you can unmute if you are going to speak. But if you're not speaking, let me keep you muted because there's a waffling sound coming through. And there it is. Oh, sorry, BT, back to you.
Okay, to my question to Baba, if it's that knee deep in the culture and tradition, like you claim, then why denigrate it in public? Was it for the vote for the Easterners? Why did he do it then? If he's that knee deep in the culture, like you claim.
The thing is that it's somebody, like his handlers, somebody says they're advising him the way to go. That this is the path, this is the path. You have to be strong enough because in truth, Nigerian politics, more so Southwest politics, is the most dangerous of all. It comes with what we call jazz.
It's diabolical.
Very diabolical.
Baba, let me give you. Let me. Sorry for targeting.
Not only Southwest, though.
Go ahead.
To be honest, Nigerian politics.
If you remember the story of the Obatala Adeyemi and this Bode Thomas Magbo. You remember?
More only that one.
When it was removed, you remember that Akintola lost his first child. Awolowo lost his first child. Oba Adesoji Aderemi lost his first child. You understand?
And Yoruba politics is dangerous. When I've seen somebody use one fire mulare alive and they will drain your blood. You think it's not a child's play. Before you appear on a campaign podium, Nigerian politics, more so Southwest politics, Yoruba politics is very, very dangerous.
The governor of state, we need to do better. Tony Babateba say governor and Lati Bowo because the judge of
it's true now.
If you sit down that seat on that Monday,
people can just chime in. By the way, I think Baba's just opened it up. Yes. So
is it possible is it possible to run for office, not local government, about state assembly, state governor, without getting involved in any secret cult society? Is it possible in Nigeria?
I don't think it's possible in. They say Tinubu has a magic wand, and I think
he behaves that woman. That's the way he acts. Like
and that hand that he throws up, a lot of people will tell you that there's more to that hand that he throws up all the time than
even the hat. Even the hat. He said, "That head guy."
And I know that it's alleged that the Oni anytime that he opens a secret door and it goes in on behalf of Tinubu, the Oni.
Really? Okay.
That rumor has it.
Yeah, because the way
which of the Oni, this new one?
This new one.
I forget about that. Before he came in, what was happening? Before he became a Oni, I beg you. Tinubu has been existing before he became
there's a small door in there, that palace, a small door.
So who has been opening it before he became the king? Who has been opening it for Tinubu before he became the king? The former one was opening it for him also.
No, he was the only when Tinubu became president now.
Before he became president, we are talking about somebody who has been in politics for almost 30-something years.
Now Tinubu's politics up till 2023 was just his own personal journey. But then when he thrusted towards Tinubu was not a Yoruba journey until 2023.
Come on.
That's not accurate, woman. No. Since 07. No, you read the story on this program now. The former governor of Ogun told you they've been planning
for Tinubu to even broke into Afenifere and dismantle that Afenifere. What are you talking about?
One man, you read the story. This guy told you, Oshoba told you, they've been planning this thing since 07. It's nothing new. They've been planning this presidency since 2007.
So what believe it? I thought that was an after.
That's what the man. No, I mean, if you line it up, align now. So
this guy that was.
But Tinubu said they came to convince him a year to the election that he must run. So it's
no. Hold on. It seems you guys don't follow the politics. One man, you know you are a British man. Don't worry, I will explain to you. Tinubu, for me, right? Tinubu started not see the ambition to become president a long time ago. If you follow the politics of Tinubu, then after Buhari became president, he was very active. He was destroy all his opponent. And if he see you as opponent in 2023, we
remember one man was supposed to be.
I'll give you an example.
Remember,
let me give you the people I know. This is not a rumor. Like Rocha Sokorocha, he wanted to install his son-in-law as governor of Imo State. Tinubu was instrumental for that guy not to become the governor. He did everything to make sure Hope Uzodinma got the ticket. That was one. The fight you saw in Rivers State between Wike and APC, Tinubu was involved. He made sure Rotimi Amechi will not install a governor in Rivers State. The reason he was doing that, if he is able to install governor in Rivers State, we have the war chest to compete with him. So he started that fight very early. They also know that's why Amechi was part of the leading people that made sure Oshomole was removed as the APC chairman. The reason they did that is not because of any other, it's because of Tinubu. He was even lucky. At that point, he has to re-strategize. So Tinubu planned this thing long ago, but he became very, very active in making sure he cut everybody down in 2015. That was what happened.
I don't totally agree with you.
Tinubu is not because the way we are taking Tinubu now.
What about when they sideline him? Sorry, Simba. What about when they sideline him?
That is
president. Listen,
that is what.
When they sideline him, because they know that he might probably have presidential ambition. So, what do you call it? Amechi and the rest, and with Buhari, they don't want to give it to him. They sideline him very well. You cannot say he
that is what I'm saying. I just said
I don't believe he has so power to
hold on.
Rivers and Imo. I think he can give them money, but to influence it, I think it's not easy.
Listen. Tinubu Sigo Adele installed Oshomole as APC chairman. You need to understand that. Tinubu Sigo Adele Oh man, come on.
Tinubu is a very
You
powerful
don't
man.
understand the
No,
politics.
even the Sultan, even the
Tinubu has
Sultan
so
of
much
Sokoto.
power because the thing is, that's why you see here he was the leader of APC. Buhari was not interested in politics. People don't understand that. That is why the Kabah in Aso Rock were able to form alliance against Tinubu ambition. Even not only that, even in Kogi State, if you know what happened between Yaya Bello and James Faleke, Tinubu wanted James Faleke. When Abubakar Audu died, they were actually supposed to announce James Faleke as the governor, but because of the forces against Tinubu in Kogi, that was why they did allow
What
him.
is your point
So
now?
let me finish the point.
Why?
I'm telling you the point how people were fighting him, but he was resisting. He was just strategizing. He just got that said he would get there. People really fought Tinubu, but he had a plan. His plan was install as much governor as possible so that by the time he's ready, we have that full support across board. That was just you saw how Yaya Bello was against him.
Ayo, one thing you must realize is that if he did not win that primary, that APC primary, it will move his machinery to SDP and probably form alliance with PDP. And
bro, he can't do anything.
He will.
Anything.
He will.
See, if Tinubu has failed the primary, forget it's done.
Tinubu will not go to another party. Forget
he
that
will
one.
not go to another party. Tinubu is
just
a
go
very
to his
smart
house.
person.
I think it's
let
a
me
kind
tell
of
you.
I think it's a kind of
people have been advising him to even move to another party to achieve. He refused. He even said it.
I
He
think
said
if he had
it
not start primary, he would have just went back to his house and it's final.
Let me tell you one thing about Tinubu. Well, let me tell you one thing I learned from his politics. He's very patient and he will strategize. It's not in a rush. He's very calculative. If Tinubu had wanted
sorry, AY. So just 1 second. Gentlemen and Zeta, I'm going to step to the background. You guys carry on the conversation with yourself. I'll be letting people in and out, but I'll come off the screen. If
Tinubu had wanted to just contest for president for contesty's sake, he will not give ticket to he will not give ticket to Ribado when he was in AC. He will not do that. He knew that, man, this is my turn. That Miloko, he invoked that Miloko. It was a deliberate move. People thought he was joking. He knew this was my chance.
AY, 1 second. See, what you said earlier to Simba and the rest, I asked a question last week or so about Tinubu. I said, what is one quality about Tinubu? And AY just answered it. It's patience. Tinubu is
he's
patient.
very patient. If you know Tinubu is very patient.
And that is strength. That is strength that a lot of people like Eric probably don't have.
Yeah. He will strategize. Tinubu could have had issue with Buhari during his first term and said, listen, I'm not supporting you. But he was patient. That is something I learned from him. He's very patient. Like, he knows how to calculate. He will watch you and be patient. That is why you don't see him with a lot. Tinubu walk across party line.
And I think it's a man that have like you play a double block, like he has like 2 or 3 options for every scenario. So this kind of person is very difficult to beat because
let me answer that question, Remy. See, check this out. See, a person that listens, than talk too much, gathers information to respond accordingly to what people do and say. Okay, because he's patient and he listens. If you work in sales, your customers, what they tell you is their solution, but they themselves don't know. It's up to you to use that information to solve their problem, but they will tell you. So let's not turn Tinubu into a god. Okay, the man is smart, is brilliant, politician, but he is patient and he listens and he uses what they give him to defeat him.
I'm not turning him to God. I'm just trying to tell you that he's a man that
not you personally. I'm just saying general.
Scenario for each particular situation, and he was able to study the terrain very well. And this is a man that plans. He's a good politician that knows that. Okay, this is Prince Daddy, and this Prince Daddy in the next 5 years.
Where is my turn, self?
What can I expect from him? He can say, okay, maybe Prince Daddy will go another way. He already have another plan, against you, which you don't know. So it's a lot of brain work. It is, apart from being patient, it's a lot of brain work. It's
If you want to understand the patience of Tinubu, look at what he did to Abode. Tinubu could have instructed the House of Assembly to impeach Abode, but he didn't want to destabilize the state. He just patiently waited for him. By the time second term he's telling him, bro, my people said they don't want you. There is nothing I can do. When they interviewed Tinubu, he said, the people said they don't want you. It's not me. And quietly, Abode thought it was a joke. He wanted, if you understand politics of Lagos, he wanted to do the same thing to Fashola. Fashola popularity in Lagos was too much, one, during his first tenure. The second thing is PDP were in power. PDP were ready. If you drop Fashola, they will pick Fashola. With Fashola popularity, with PDP influence, they will come to Lagos and evade Tinubu. So Tinubu is very calculated. If you I follow this guy for many years.
If I learned about removal of Ambody in the mechanic workshop in a lorry.
Yeah.
I heard about you know, the man came and repaired his car, and he was saying that you have to finish this thing now because we are going to remove Ambody. You understand? In a mechanic workshop in a lorry, you can imagine.
Tinubu, he had power to remove Abode as governor. He would just tell the House of Assembly, hey,
do you know what finished Ambody totally? That option A for the deed in their Lagos State primary. See people just
it was deliberate now. It was deliberate.
They really humiliated it. He shouldn't have contested for that primary.
That is politician.
Anymore. So
but this is national. This is national politics. Nobody is actually indispensable. The Nigerians can remove Tinubu if we want to. If they want to.
So of course, why not?
So
they say better candidate.
Just forget.
If they see a better candidate, they can remove him. So and this candidate that they must talk must come from the south, and it must be very good.
Zita, if you want to talk, you can talk. There's no.
It must be somebody
no. So if you want to come in, you can come in.
It must be somebody that appeal nationally. And it must be somebody that we Nigeria can see.
So you people have finished talking your own. You keep your monologue. When you get to my turn, you say I can just be talking.
Remy, can you please let Zita speak? Please,
okay,
I beg.
Go ahead now, no problem.
Okay, what should I speak?
Don't ask us for the topical.
I see now.
You disappoint me.
This madam is still Jare, make she go sleep again.
Zita, don't ask us for what are you people discussing.
I should ask now. You want me to just start talking?
Oh God! Okay.
I wasn't listening.
Yeah, let me say this. People that want to argue, see, if when it comes to politics, bro, you gotta respect that guy. Give him some slack. When it comes to governor, I will criticize Tinubu. In Kogi State, that Yaya Bello, when he saw what they wanted to make. Talking? No, I wanted to finish up. Sorry, yeah. When Yaya Bello wanted to make Faleke the deputy governor, Tinubu told Faleke, no, don't accept, go and sit down. The second tenure of Yaya Bello, Faleke traveled to US. I'm telling you his side story. Tinubu instructed Faleke to move, go and work for Yaya Bello. That is how patient this guy can be, but he knows where he's going. He's very calculative. That's one thing I learned from him. He has that patience to understand that, look, be patient, don't worry, like this way we're going. It is good with Nigerian politics. Yeah, Atiku is also good, but the problem 2023 Atiku really disappointed me, because if you want to really look at it, Atiku was supposed to choose Wike as vice president, because Wike would have given Atiku more votes. If Atiku had choosing Wike will not work for Tinubu. So Atiku made a very big error there. Choose Wike. When you win the as president, just put him in the backstage, man. Kick him out. But that's just politics. I'm just discussing it from neutral point of view. But I feel he made a big mistake to go pick Okowa. Okowa don't have political value even in Delta State. So that was a big error. So this politics, some more
It's not an error.
calculation.
It's not
So,
an error.
what do you guys think that?
It's not an error for picking Okowa. It's not an error.
Why you say that? Tell us.
Because they need the money.
So,
But we can have more money than
No.
What are you talking about here?
No.
See. Who sponsored Buhari election? Who sponsored Buhari election in 2015? Okay,
when
go ahead.
It is you are a candidate. You need two things: somebody you can tolerate, and somebody who can bring the money. You don't want them to be in Aso Rock. They'll be fighting like Obasanjo and Atiku. That in the morning somebody will be shouting, "Oh, thief, ole!" No. Not. Look at the date. We are in 2025 now. Those things should not be happening.
So Okowa had money more than Wike in Rivers. Is that
Of
what
course,
he's telling
yes.
us?
Yes.
Get what he says. He said you have to
Number
balance
one
the
now.
money and somebody that
But
you
you
can
people, I
trust.
told you people I was in
They
oil
were
and gas.
in
Delta
fact
get money
allocation.
pass
I think
Rivers.
Delta
Which
is
one
number
will
one.
not they talk now?
no, just listen. Now she has a point because I think
Delta get money pass
article,
Rivers.
AI, even beyond the money. Hold on,
What they
hold on,
do
please.
with the money, I don't know. But
But
when
I'm
it
saying
comes to allocation, their own is bigger.
I'm saying even beyond the funds. I think Atiku sees himself in Wike. He doesn't want the repeat of, like if you are one, he doesn't want that repeat of OBJ on himself, where you have a very strong number two. He cannot control Wike. Wike is not something that he can see.
No. I disagree.
Wike,
Obasanjo, let me say this. Obasanjo gave that power to Atiku. He didn't. Obasanjo
He didn't give
Atiku.
it. Let me tell
What are
you,
you talking
Atiku has
about?
the power.
Which power
It's not Obasanjo that gave him that power.
See,
Forget
Nigeria president can make the vice useless if he wants.
So why
the vice does not have constitutional power.
If OBJ tried and failed with Atiku, that's the point we're making.
I will tell you why he did not fail. That is what people did not understand. I will tell you why he did not fail. See, let me say this. Obasanjo trusted Atiku first tenure. He allowed
it's
him
not
to
a
head
matter
a
of
lot.
trust. It was an arrangement that they had. Forget it. It's not a trust. It's not about trust.
You know, we forget so soon what Obasanjo
Maybe he doesn't know.
Well, Obasanjo did not give it to Atiku. What Obasanjo did was that when he became president, it was actually when Nigeria was actually escaping from the world map. So he was busy going around the world trying to reintroduce Nigeria to the world. While Atiku was busy stealing everywhere. Actually, what the job Obasanjo gave to Atiku was privatization. But by the time he came back, after gallivanting and junketing around the world, when he came back up, Atiku was the first sitting leader in Nigeria that introduced the bribery of the National Assembly. I can never forgive him for that. That's why I said he can never be the president of this country. He started bribing the National Assembly. Go and check your history. Now, if you want to introduce a bill or the president wants to do something, he has to give them some money. It was Atiku because he wanted to kick Obasanjo out. Obasanjo knelt down and begged Atiku now. Have you people forgotten? That's why he refused to forget.
No, we didn't forget though. If you remember, even at one point, Atiku had the Senate and the House of Rep ready to move in.
He finished the guy before the guy will come back. Atiku is so dumb. He would have done that in a smarter way. But that's by the way.
What's the interviews? What's the interviews of those senators back then? Even Kalu said they had the numbers to remove OBJ. But Atiku chose not to. He could have if he wanted to remove him in 03.
That is a fact. But here is it, right?
So what do you mean is a weak VP? My point is that listen to what I'm saying. AY. my point is, Atiku sees himself in Wike. You see my point?
I get your
He's
point.
capable of that, so he doesn't want a repeat of what he did or what he could have done.
Wike will run him over.
That's the point.
What I'm trying to explain to you guys, right? Today, Tinubu understand the politics. So because of that, that's why he's not giving Shettima any room to do anything.
No.
Hold on. In the case of Atiku and Obasanjo, don't forget, Obasanjo and Atiku, they belong to the Yaradua group, the Kaduna Mafia. So that is the connection in the first place. So there was some level of trust. This guy got my back. Obasanjo gave Atiku free hand to operate as vice president. We can get into power today. If we can get power to Atiku, you just tell you don't put him anywhere. Like that is what Tinubu is doing to Shettima now. When you hear people are crying, nothing more. You can actually the vice president is the president that makes them powerful. It's just like governor and deputy governor in Nigeria. How many deputy governors did you hear? Like it's the governor that will give them the power.
Atiku winning over the House and Senate, that was OBJ doing, Abi.
That was OBJ mistakes. Not only that, Atiku also controlled the governors of the PDP then. So the only person that helped Atiku Obasanjo during second tenure was Tony Aneni. You know what how Tony Aneni was able to return Atiku to Obasanjo to the ticket? What Tony Aneni did, we were just discussing the politics now. After sharing money for PDP, what's it called? The people that come to vote, right, in the primaries. You know what? Aneni, he has to stamp name of people on ballot paper. You get it till you want to vote. You see your name. You've collected money. Vote for the other person now.
Let's not.
It was really dangerous politics.
Yeah.
So Atiku would that be able to cut Wike wing? Nothing will happen.
Yeah, you can speak on anything. I don't think there's any topic. But the point I was making earlier, back to the Wike thing, is just like Wike clearly has more political value than Okowa ever had in his life. Yep. So on that front, and they have almost close to the same resources to run for. So it would have been the logical. I mean, not logical. I would say logical.
I thought you people were discussing about alliance and the alliance.
Go ahead. The floor
I don't understand. That was why I was asking. What was?
Hey, go ahead. But the question is,
what is the alignment now? Who is aligning with who?
No, because the PDP now, the rumors is that the governors of PDP are trying to find their way into APC, because if you remember, like, they are like mostly first time governors, and they want to election, and they want to decamp to the APC, but in exchange support Atiku, that support Tinubu. That's what we are hearing. So that's what
is not the only thing you are hearing. The governor of Cross River, Ino or whatever, that one totally declared for Tinubu
already.
Akwa Ibom, not Cross River.
Akwa Ibom, sorry, publicly. And,
so that's the thing. And like, what happens to the future of PDP?
And another thing is that yesterday, Bala Mohammed posted all over Bauchi for presidency. And I think he's trying to pull, probably maybe Makinde will be VP. So they have already checkmated Atiku out of it. They don't want to give it to Atiku. Whether come rain, come shine. No, Atiku, no PDP.
Remy, I'm sorry. Remy, AI, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Until I see them defeat Atiku in their primaries, I don't believe that.
Yes. Don't be surprised that even before that time, Atiku have cleaned the ticket of.
So Bala will run with who now?
We're wrong with Makinde now as vice
and
president.
Atiku will run with who?
Atiku will go to SDP.
No, I'm wrong with who?
I don't know. You have to find maybe if Obi does not, if Labour does not give him, Obi will be his GP.
No. Let me tell you, the only thing that will make Atiku to go to SDP is after their convention in May. If they are succeeded in having it, institute their executives and then ceded the chairmanship to the North, that would give an indication that okay, they needed a southern candidate.
No, let me ask you a question before you go ahead.
Yes, but if they still continue this way, Atiku will remain PDP.
Remy, question, where is their chairman from right now? SDP, Remy.
It's from the
north now.
It's from PDP.
Oh, so if they fight, okay, so that will tell you. Okay, I get your point.
So the national chairman, the national secretary of PDP, according to Supreme Court, is from the Southeast. The guy that contested the last election that he lost in the Southeast and they are the one that is going to organize the convention.
So after their May convention, that is when we now.
You know what?
Which May?
This coming May.
You know what, Simba? Both wicked faction. Listen, I listened to one thing that surprised me. Fayose on interview with Politics Today. He said immediately Makinde uttered some statement that he can also be president. He called him directly and he asked him point blankly that, are you sure you want? And he said no. He didn't say that. So what I'm trying to say is that wicked faction and Bala faction, they all agree that we should push Atiku out. And they are the ones that will control that convention. So, before you say national chairman of any convention,
don't let us preempt what is going to happen.
Okay, it's still under speculation. You are right. May is not very far.
PDP need to put their house in order, Joe. The truth is, if they are ready,
put their house in order because
if they are ready, the first thing PDP should do, they need to come together, expel Wiki out of the party. But they can't do it. They don't have the balls.
They are begging him now.
You are wrong. Atiku is the one they need to kick out. Atiku is the one. It's not Wiki.
Did you watch?
You are
Wiki is at the party now.
Did you? No. Did you watch? Show me interview.
What about Atiku that is going to visit the
SDP up and down?
Expel him for what? What is the reason for expelling him?
They are even begging him to come and fix the party. Did you hear? Show me. Come back and fix the party.
Babati, wait. Let him tell us why they
see. Let me tell you the politics of PDP, right? So here is the problem. Wiki sponsored PDP for long. So Wiki, I will tell you, he control half of the structure of the party in the country. This is where the problem is. That's why you see all of. You see, we pay. I've never seen anybody. You are not a party chairman. Hold on.
Talking about. Is that why
it's the structure.
Is that why you are saying they should spare him?
Yeah, because Wiki will never work for PDP.
Listen, let me tell you.
2027. There is nothing.
You know, one thing most people don't understand is that we don't really follow the politics in Nigeria, but we like to speak about it. In 2015, Atiku did what he did against Jonathan. They walked Jonathan out of their hotel. You forgotten? Okay. Buhari won. In 2019, the same Atiku came out to contest against Buhari. They ran to Tinubu. Tinubu said, who do you have? They said, Atiku. He said, no, you don't have anybody. They contested that election. Let me not say 70%, let me say 60% of the money came from River State. Bodo, they came second, went to court after everything. It was this weekend that was sponsoring it. When the whole thing died down,
are you saying that?
Let me finish.
No, we have to ask you a question now. So are you saying that River State was a sponsor, Wiki sponsor Buhari election? Is that what you are telling us?
No, I said Atiku's election in 2019.
Wiki
the one he contested with
Wiki did not sponsor a quick election in 2019. Okay. That's not a statement of fact.
Okay, that's why I said that we like to speak about Nigerian politics. That's why we can say anything about our country.
No, I'm not just saying anything.
Let me finish.
I follow Nigerian politics more than you, madam.
60%, listen to me, 60 or 70% of the financing of that 2019 election came from River State. There is something you people have not noticed about PDP. That's why they're difficult to resurrect. They are the most stingy party I have ever seen. Public money, they are ready to embezzle public money. But when something happens that they should bring money from their pocket to get it right, they refuse. PDP has the most stingy candidates on the surface of the earth. And they stole the largest money. That is one attribute about them that Nigerians have never been able to see. That's why Wike is peppering them. Because he's the only one that has an open hand. He's dishing out money like yesterday. The rest will pocket their money. And that's the same thing that made them to fail in 2023. At a point in 2020, they were struggling financially, but most Nigerians did not notice it. We get locked up everywhere. So the question of removing, let me finish, because when I finish, go and make your investigation. Look, that's why I said, somebody said, why did he choose Okowa? I said, they need the money. Because when they make him the vice president, he did. He opened the vault because he wants to be the vice president. But the rest of the party members can never stay on the sideline to contribute money. Wike is the only person who stays on the sideline and dishes out huge sums. When I mean huge, I'm talking about running to 200 millions. So for somebody to come and say, kick Wike out of the party, that party died in 2019. It died. But most of you did not notice. PDP died in 2019. It was this Wike that resurrected it. When they failed the election in 2019, Peter Obi disappeared. Atiku ran to Dubai. All of them left the party. It was this Wike. He started to love again.
Wike started sponsoring PDP since 2015, after 2015 election, not 2019. That's not actually correct. Wike started sponsoring the party after Buhari election. He took over the structure of the party, not in 2019.
Hold on. In 2019, some of them contributed small money. Even Atiku brought his own money. Wike sponsored. That's why I said in 2019, he sponsored probably 60 or 70% of that event.
Madam, Atiku have money.
But when they failed the election, when they lost the election, they disappeared. That was one of the things that angered Wike in 2023. Atiku abandoned the party and ran to Dubai.